Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats. A very good morning to you. It's a bit of a miracle that we're actually starting this on time, and it's a bit of a miracle that we've got so many of you here. When the election result was called, I thought we were going to be doing this in the room above a pub, but it turns out that people are genuinely interested in remaking the right, which is a fantastic thing. I'm Robert Colville. I'm Director of the Centre for Policy Studies. I will be popping up mostly to say, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. No, please take your seats at regular intervals throughout the day, and also to tell you the really important things like the Wi-Fi password is on your lanyards at the top, maybe on the other side if you ever need it. Also to thank our sponsors, the City of London and the Daily Telegraph, and also for someone, the very important task of saying you've dropped your credit card. So if you have a completely blank First Direct debit card with no signature on the back, please come. We're going to have to do this on the honour system, but please come to the front desk and claim your thing. Otherwise, we're all having champagne tonight. This conference is named for Margaret Thatcher, who, along with Keith Joseph, was the founder of the Centre for Policy Studies. And it's named for her because when you're founded by Margaret Thatcher, it's quite tempting to stick her name on everything in the same way Queen Victoria did with Prince Albert. For example, we have, this is the second year of our new Thatcher Fellowship, which I will be plugging later, which has been a fantastic institution. But this year, the connection with Thatcher is more important than ever. Thatcher said that the Centre for Policy Studies was where our conservative revolution began. That's why we used that phrase, conservative revolution, on the history of her project and of the CPS that we published last year, which is available for sale at the back of the room. I told you important things. But this year is especially significant. It's 100 years since Thatcher was born. It's 51 years since she and Keith Joseph set up the CPS. And it's 50 years since she took over the Conservative Party, winning that leadership election from Edward Heath and began that Conservative revolution. So it's particularly fitting that, having started today by invoking one female Conservative leader, we will be hearing from two more in the course of the day: Isabel Díaz Ayuso, the President of the Community of Madrid, and Kemi Badenoch from Britain's Conservative Party. Today, things are very different from in Thatcher's day. The enemy is not the unions, but stagnant growth, overmighty government, judiciary, quangos, and, frankly, just demographics. Today, Thatcher's vision of conservatism is being challenged by new strains, both in Britain and around the world. Indeed, it's very, very striking that probably for the first time certainly since the CPS was founded, the Conservative Party no longer has an effective monopoly on what conservatism means. So when we talk about small c conservative renewal, it might be that, for the first time in centuries, it takes place outside the big C Conservative Party. This, of course, makes this event all the more interesting and all the more important, and the work of the CPS, in arguing for the kind of policies that will fix the state, get Britain growing, and spread opportunity and entrepreneurship by helping people own homes, start businesses, start families, and keep more of what they earn. We've got a hugely busy schedule today with some amazing speakers, so we will get straight to it, and it's my great pleasure to start off by introducing our host today, Chris Hayward of the City of London Corporation. I think it's just a hand mic.
Oh, right, fine. Thank you very much. Good morning. It's working. Thanks very much, Rob, and very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I should say good afternoon, because it's gone noon, and a very great welcome to Guildhall here in the heart of the City of London. It's a real honour for us here in the Corporation of London to once again have the Centre for Policy Studies with us today in this historic setting that has seen the making of so many chapters of our national history. The City of London Corporation has long prided itself on its independence, which is rooted in our ancient charter and our traditions. Indeed, the City of London Corporation is the oldest working democracy in the world, way predates even our Westminster Parliament. We are a non-party political partner to our governments and a leader in promoting innovation, growth, and the values of open and inclusive markets. And this has enabled us to adapt through centuries of change. So we work alongside governments and organisations from all over the world, and my role as the policy chairman and leader of the corporation is to speak together with our Lord Mayor for the United Kingdom financial and professional services sector, both to the governments of the day and indeed globally. And we forge partnerships and spearhead initiatives that shape the future of the global economy. Now, I'm sure that one thing we can all agree on is that these are undoubtedly interesting political times, times of both challenges and opportunities. We're living through a period, ladies and gentlemen, of rapid change, marked by technological advancements, shifting political landscapes, and of course geopolitical unrest. And in such times, the need for innovation and collaboration has never been more critical. Fresh ideas and new approaches will be central to solving the urgent problems at hand, be they climate change, economic resilience, or indeed the need to build more inclusive societies, or indeed even to drive economic growth. And the City Corporation believes that real progress doesn't happen by going it alone. Often in organisations we have the same aims but different ideas about how to get to a destination. But it is through discussion and debate, working together, that we do get there. Solutions to problems come from the pooling of expertise, the blending of perspectives, and the courage to think outside of the box, as I'm sure this conference will be doing today. And that's what I like to think we do here in the City of London, and I'm sure you do in the CPS. Our City of London Corporation's number one priority is that we maintain London's position as the global financial capital of the world, a hub that is sustainable, technologically innovative, and reaches out to build even stronger connections around the world. And these efforts, ladies and gentlemen, are not merely ambitions. They are actions we are taking here in the corporation right now, whether it's fostering the dynamism of the fintech sector in the city, driving green finance initiatives, or strengthening the city's infrastructure. Our collaborative approach helps us ensure we stay at the forefront of the evolving global landscape. And as you embark on today's sessions, I want to wish you, on behalf of the corporation, each and every one of you, a really great conference. May your discussions spark new ideas, forge new partnerships, and continue to contribute to driving economic growth for the United Kingdom. So thank you once again, each and every one of you, for being here, and do enjoy your conference. Thank you very much indeed.
And now, sorry, just while my colleagues remove the lectern, perfectly done. Thanks, Josh. It's my great pleasure to start our first panel, chaired by Fraser Nelson, a board member at the Centre for Policy Studies, on perceptions of conservatism. Fraser and all. That were your cue? Yep.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Hi, let's all sit down. Hi, I'm Fraser Nelson. I'm a columnist with The Times, and this session is going to be about perceptions of conservatism. Now, when I was at home, I've got this mug, which was given to me by somebody who's now working for Keir Starmer, with a Herbert Morrison quote saying that socialism is whatever a Labour government does. which is quite funny, obviously. But if conservatism is whatever a conservative government does, then I'm not quite sure what conservatism is. Is conservatism a legal obligation to net zero, for example? When you look at all the major dividing lines over the last 14 years, everything from gender to climate to lockdown, the Conservative Party hasn't really known which way to jump. And even on Brexit, let's not forget, the Conservative Party fought against Brexit and fought to remain. So when you look at the end of it, it's not entirely surprising why the word conservative doesn't really have as much of a meaning as perhaps it once did. Now, I'm joined today by an excellent panel able to discuss this. Katie Lamb, am I right? She's a Conservative MP for Weald of Kent, and also amongst her, former Goldman Sachs. But the best thing about her, in my view, is that she used to be a lyricist, writing songs for musicals. So what better segue to then write a song for a party which badly needs one at the moment? On the right, Mark Littlewood. He used to work for the Lib Dems and had a Damascene conversion. Ran the Institute for Economic Affairs for a long time and is now running an outfit called Popular Conservatism that we'll ask him about later. On my left is James Frayne, who is, you'll know in various disguises over the years, disguises, not disguises, over the years. And at the moment, he's a founding partner of Public First. And then Jock McMillan is a former government official, used to work for the Cameron government and the Sunak government, all the way through to that. And right now is working for Knox Digital, which is digital consultancy. And so before I ask you guys to give some opening remarks on this, I might start by asking who in this... Actually, you know something? I'll do a show of hands first. Who in this room, if asked, would volunteer the word, so would say that they are a Conservative? Okay. One on the panel, and you'll notice that's 1 out of 5. So, you in the room are a lot more Conservative than us on the panel, so I look forward to your questions. For what it's worth, I've never used the words. I'm a journalist, I'm not partisan. I describe myself as a kind of old-fashioned Adam Smith liberal. But it's... And also, given how much I have spent my career opposing so many things the Conservative government have done, I think it's really strange to think that my values would particularly align with much of the stuff the Conservative Party has done over the last 14 years, which is one of the many reasons that I wouldn't use the label right now. But Mark, what about you? How would you describe it? If somebody asked Mark Littlewood, what are your politics? What would you say?
I would say I'm right of centre, classical liberal. I would describe myself as a Conservative if I thought there was much left worth conserving. But I actually think the challenge for us and most people in this room is to change things rather than to conserve things after what's happened in the UK over the past quarter of a century or so. So I'm more of a radical than a conserver, given where we are in 2025.
OK. Katie, you're a Conservative MP. It's a bit of a giveaway. But if you weren't a Conservative, in the days where you were working for JP Morgan... and
Goldman Sachs, yeah.
Goldman Sachs, sorry.
The real rivalry
this Sunak thing overgot me. If somebody were to ask you in the pub what your politics were, what would you say?
Well, as you say, my colours are nailed pretty firmly to the mast. I would definitely say that I am a Conservative, and that's because all of the things that I think the country needs, at its most basic, a smaller, stronger, more effective state, a better sense of self and our culture, and that we are, and very often have been, the good guys, and what we're trying to do is the right thing. And much higher functioning, as I say, smaller public services, our place in the world, all of those things for most of time, for most of modern British politics, have been best represented by the Conservative Party, and I believe they can be again.
OK. And James, how about you?
My very first job in politics, my first job full stop, was working for Business for Sterling, as it then was, which was the campaign against a single currency. And I walked in the door, literally holding a bag come off the train. And Nick Herbert, who became an MP, who was the chief exec, said to me, "It's Dick Whittington." And I didn't particularly know what he meant. And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "We're here to see if the streets of London are paved with gold." And he viewed me at that time as a provincial, small-town Eurosceptic with beliefs that were probably built more on, I guess, instincts than deep policy thought, I suppose. And 25 years later, I think that was absolutely right. I've described myself as a small-town provincial right-winger.
Okay. And Joe, what about you? I mean, obviously, when you're working for David Cameron and Rishi Sunak, it could be odd to describe yourself as anything else. But when you were working on, you've been working in Haiti, haven't you, in Ukraine, all sorts of strange places like that. How would you describe your politics to friends, I've asked?
I mean, in the UK context, I would probably say I don't know, right? And I think probably like a lot of people in this room, there's principles that I adhere to, you know, whether it's free markets or belief in the union or whatever it might be. But I think for myself and for lots of people, it's quite hard to define what you're saying you've pinned your colours to the mast. So how would you define yourself and your own politics? And I think for myself and people in my generation in general, the answer is not quite sure. Right. You know, you're quite clear on the principles, and then it's easier to define it when you're in places like Ukraine or Haiti or anywhere internationally. You know, when you're needing to define it, it's easier when you're given a world where you don't want to align with those principles, for example. But in the UK, it's quite hard to say what party or, you know, even what individual politician you might necessarily align yourself to.
Right. And when you were working for Sunak and Cameron, did you also find it difficult?
No, not particularly. I think, you know, so much of politics is personality, right?
Yeah.
And those were two individuals that on a personal level you could deeply agree with. I mean, immensely hardworking, you know, Rishi in particular was in it for the right reasons, committed to public service, whether rightly or wrongly, or whether he had the policies to do the job. It was a personal agreement with him that he was, you know, a really effective and committed individual.
Right. Now, Mark, you used to, when I first met you, you were very much in the Lib Dem camp. I said in the interview at Practical Liberty that you had a Damascene conversion, but did you, or did you just think that you were on the sort of orange book end of the Lib Dems and that your principles stayed firm and it wasn't that much of a shift from the right of the Lib Dems to the liberal end of the Conservatives?
Yeah, everybody else has moved so far left-wing in the last 20 years that I'm now on the far right, having not really changed very many of my views, with the exception of about the European Union. I changed my mind on the European Union. I had yearned for it to be a market liberal, breaking down barriers, crushing regulation, and I think it changed, as well as my opinion of it. It morphed into something which was a bureaucratic, obsessive, fiddly, interventionist, pseudo-socialist bureaucracy. But I did change my mind from being enthusiastic about the EU. But, you know, other than that, I've always wanted low taxes, controlled government spending, sound money, personal freedom, less of a role for the state in welfare. All of those things have been dear to my heart.
Wait, so can I ask you how you voted in the last election?
I voted Conservative.
Why? You want low taxes. You've got the highest tax burden in the post-war history.
Well, you should have seen the other people on the ballot paper.
You had Rishi Sunak promising to conscript children. You wanted sound money.
Yeah.
We had the QE coming out the machine, going on inflation of like 11%. And the Conservatives were opposing all the principles that you hold dear.
No, that's exactly right. And you had essentially on the ballot paper, what flavour of social democracy did you want? That was essentially the option. I mean, it didn't matter how I voted in the seat I was in. It was absolutely clear Labour were going to run away with it. But I agree with you, Fraser, that the problem is this, isn't it? And this is what my new outfit, Popular Conservatism, is trying to address. If you'd taken a snapshot of the UK in 2010 and another snapshot of the UK in 2024 and looked at what's the level of tax, what's the level of regulation, how much money printing has there been, all of those sort of metrics, you would conclude that a left-wing government had been in power for 14 years, I would say. Now, as it happens, I think we didn't drift as much to the left as we would have done had Jeremy Corbyn prevailed in either election, so one might be grateful for small mercies. But tax is up, spending is up, regulation has gone through the roof. It's harder to measure than tax and spend, but barely a week would go by without the Conservatives wanting to regulate something. So I rather admire Katie's view of what conservatism should be. But it was not
And you share it, presumably.
Yeah,
I
would agree with all of that.
Yeah.
But it was observed in the breach.
Right, so why then, without putting your voting booth decisions in the spotlight too much, why didn't you then vote for reform? Because their manifesto was a lot truer to what you've just described than what Rishi Sunak was proposing to do.
Yeah, so some parts are, some parts less so, in my view, that they have quite a leftist approach in areas rather surprisingly so. I found, for example, this postdates the election, but their recent pronouncements on energy policy are incredibly state interventionist. So although they're sceptical about carbon net zero, their approach is extraordinarily statist. And it remains my view that the most likely vehicle to achieve the things I want is the Conservative and Unionist Party. For all of its failings in government, for all of its shellacking in July 2024, I still think, on balance, a reformed Conservative Party that gets back to these principles is probably the best shot of bringing this about in the United Kingdom. And it probably isn't that dissimilar, the position we're in now, to where we were when the Conservatives lost office in 1974, that the Heath government had been a great disappointment, a rethinking needed to be had, and Thatcherism came in. As far as I'm aware, Margaret Thatcher voted for Ted Heath in 1970 and in 1974 twice. But the Conservative Party was then remade into what I would consider to be, a more conservative vehicle. That's the challenge specifically for the party now. There's as many differences with the 1970s, but there are quite a few similarities too.
Okay. And Katie, when the first time we met was about 15 years ago when you were a student at Cambridge. You joined the Conservative Party while it was what Mark would describe the leftwards drift here. By the time you sort of got active in Conservative politics, there must have been already quite a gap between the views you just described and the decisions that were being taken by a government which went on to, again, massively increase government spending, regulation, signed up to net zero. Did you think this party is going in the wrong direction and I want to try to help steer it in the right direction? Or was there something else that attracted you to it?
Well, when I joined the Conservatives when I was a student, it was coming up to David Cameron's first victory. It was obviously a hung parliament, but he ended up being the Prime Minister. And at the time, that felt incredibly exciting. And all of pretty much my sentient life, I'd lived under a Labour government, and the prospect of changing that was very exciting. And I had no idea at the time, being a teenager in 2010, whether or not the proof was going to be in the pudding or the proof of the pudding was going to be in the eating. When I went to go and work in government in 2019, and at that point, by far the thing that seemed most important was getting a Brexit deal that resembled what people felt that they had voted for. And so I thought that was a really compelling thing to go in and try and work on and help with. But yes, definitely by the time I was most recently in government, I left in 2023, I worked in the Home Office, and we really struggled to do any of the things that we felt that we should be doing, and that was really hard, and it was very frustrating. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to run for Parliament myself, is that as an advisor, of course, and naturally and rightly, because nobody's voted for you, your power and your influence is limited. And it got to the stage where I thought, I really don't think some of these decisions are the right ones, and I'd like to have a say in that myself.
Can you see how that a version of you, just being a student right now, approaching the last general election, might think, you know what, if I believe in low taxes and a free society, then I think reform is the logical receptacle. But there are two Conservative parties now. One of the Tories, the other one's Reform. And Reform seem to have an agenda which is, at the very least, unsullied by this litany of policy mistakes.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that that is the case. It's much easier for them to make lots of pitches that we would also want to make, but exactly as you say, without then having to answer some variant of, well, why didn't you do that for the last 14 years? Definitely, that's going to be very compelling, and we don't have an easy job winning back the trust and credibility of the public about that, but that is the job that we've chosen to do and that we'll have to do if we're going to achieve some of the things that I think we probably all agree the country really needs.
Right, so you were for Brexit at the time when the Conservative Party was against it. Net zero, for or against?
I think it's a misguided piece of legislation. I think making anything the law that you have neither a plan nor a budget to deliver or any sense of how difficult it's going to be or how much it's going to cost is not really what the law is for.
Okay. Well, let's see if there could be some developments on that. Who knows? James, you've been doing some interesting work on this recently. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
I ran a big piece of opinion research for the Centre for Policy Studies in the summer that we launched later in the year. And we were looking at basically public attitudes towards the Conservative Party and specifically towards the policies that the Conservative Party might adopt to get back up in the polls, I suppose. By far the biggest sense amongst the public is this great sense of betrayal over specific policies. So I think a lot of Conservative strategists and politicians have concluded that the Conservative Party have got a problem with sort of vibes or sort of general reputation, as if they sort of give off the sort of wrong smell almost, which to me is totally ludicrous. The whole reason that they ended up in the terrible position that they're in the polls, but obviously before that in the election, was because they made very specific policy promises and they didn't meet them. It's that simple. And therefore, as far as I'm concerned, the only way to build back for the Conservative Party is to come up with policies which the public believe they will implement and that are indeed important and popular. The obvious one that they're perceived to have betrayed the public on is on immigration. You know, for the best part of 15 years, the Conservatives said they would cut immigration very rapidly to relatively low levels. Obviously, David Cameron came in 2010 saying immigration would be in the low tens of thousands. It turns out into the many, many, many high hundreds of thousands. And the public simply think that they lie all the time. But it's not just immigration, it's obviously size of the state, taxation, NHS, you name it. There's just a whole suite of really important policy areas that the public believe the Conservative Party betrayed them over. And I would have a very big strategic disagreement with the leadership of the Conservative Party at the moment, in that they think that they can get back into power by sort of explaining principles, by doing some apologies for things that went wrong, so they recognise that things have gone wrong. I just don't see how you are going to get back into the people's good books, if you like, without being really specific on what you would actually do. Because if you're not, then it just sounds like more words and just more empty promises. So when people say, well, you know, you can't be too specific, do you think that they should be talking about specific pieces of legislation? I think, to be honest, yeah, because otherwise, how on earth are people going to trust you? And the last thing I'll say on that is, I also think it's a mistake for Kemi Badenoch to be as sort of, I think, as careful as she has been, because you only have really one chance to define yourself in the public mind amongst the electorate. When you become the leader of the Conservative Party, she wasn't terribly well known. She had an opportunity to just really go bang, bang, bang. This is what I believe. This is how things are going to be different. I'm a different sort of politician. And I think by being relatively slow to articulate all of this, by the time she is ready to declare what she really believes and what she stands for, the public are going to be used to her, not bored by her necessarily, but used to her. And therefore the whole sort of opportunity she had was to really get out there and shake things up and people to be surprised has probably gone. And I fear that, as I say, when she does finally get out there properly, there might be a bit of a shrug.
All right, but in her position, she's in a difficult position in one way. Normally, the leader of an opposition gets about a year's worth of free time because the government has got the good grace to have a honeymoon period. Keir Starmer extended her no such courtesy. He's been tanking from day one. His opinion polls have been going down faster than anybody apart from Liz Truss. So the spotlight instantly turns back to the Conservatives, if they're not the government. And who do we see? We see the guys who are the authors of every single problem that we can point to right now. So there's nothing. If Kemi Badenoch goes on the attack, it's difficult to think of a single thing she can point to, from immigration to tax burden, that they can't turn around and say, well, you did that. So is there anything that she could say now where she can be taken seriously? Doesn't she have to just go through this kind of period of atonement, shall we say, have an apology year before she's going to be taken seriously on anything?
I think that's definitely true that the Labour Party have had, electorally speaking, a catastrophic first, where are we now, 6 to 9 months. And, I think incidentally on that one of the reasons they've done so badly is because everybody thought that once we kicked out the last terribly incompetent government, that automatically things would be better, and that hasn't been the case, because they were wrestling with the same problems that the Conservative Party were wrestling with. To answer that question, though, about what can be done, I don't think you can do anything other than come up with new policies and articulate them. And I think all you can do is say, this new policy is different from the last policy, this policy will work and that last policy won't work. I don't think you can just say words without policy attached that all of a sudden change your reputation. So I would be very specific. The one thing we haven't talked about yet, and apologies if I'm jumping the gun, is reform, in that reform are obviously eating into the Conservatives' pole position, by the day, and which is incidentally another reason why Kemi Badenoch can't hang around. She's going to have to get stuck in on policy, because before you know it, vast swathes of the Midlands and the North are going to just declare themselves to be Reform voters, and it could be that many of them start voting Reform for the first time in the coming local elections. And I fear that sort of potentially a sort of voting habit will be formed, a bit like it was with UKIP in the late 2000s. People started to vote for UKIP, and so because they started to vote for UKIP, they voted for UKIP, and then they voted for UKIP some more, and all of a sudden there was a viable party. And I think that's very easily where we could end up by the end of this year, that lots of people, including the sorts of people in this room, are going to start voting Reform and moving on. Right.
But James, just in your role, you've been a veteran of many, many campaigns. The Conservatives are a bit of a tight spot here because they've got all of these Lib Dem voters that they need to win back. But if they go in the direction that you're indicating, then they might struggle. Like, say, Kemi Badenoch, who's speaking later on, is listening, is thinking, right, Katie Lamb's quite right, net zero's disaster, I'm going to tear it up, right? Say she does that. That would horrify, presumably, the Lib Dem voters, and she might be losing as much as she gains.
I think, and on net zero specifically, actually, that would horrify a lot of Reform voters as well. The idea that there are huge numbers of sort of green sceptics in the UK, just not true. Net zero is a funny one in that people don't understand it, they don't understand the detail behind it, and to be honest, I don't think many politicians do either. But they do believe in environmental protection. To come back to your main point, though, I think lots of us in our world have become... we've accepted this view that there is such a thing as a sort of serious right-wing pivot, that you all of a sudden just lurch right and it's terribly divisive. Immigration is not a divisive issue. To be tough on immigration is like an 80% slam dunk, everybody agrees with you. Even most people that have come from other countries in recent times believe in border control. This is not a sort of issue where you're doing a sort of 50-50 or even a 60-40. And there are some issues which are more difficult to articulate. Low taxes, small estates, they're much more divisive. The public has become, for reasons we can perhaps talk about, more committed to higher taxes, to higher public spending and things. But I don't believe that there is this... I don't believe in this notion that there is this sort of big right-wing pivot that you do across like multiple issues, and all of a sudden you've got this terribly divisive... you're giving off this sort of divisive choice.
But the debate on immigration is going towards, for example, repatriation, yes or no. It's funny that in Sweden they do this, what they call re-immigration. They give people sort of, I think, £20,000 to go back to where they came from. Now, that's been the Swedish government's policy in this very left-wing country for quite some time. Over here, it's seen as a lightning rod that even Nigel Farage doesn't. That's one of the disputes between him and Rupert Lowe.
Yeah, I don't think the public wouldn't back that. The public are not at that point. The public are believe in a sort of conventional policy shift towards lower and controlled immigration. They don't support repatriation or things like that. That said, there are obviously some areas where they would take a tougher line. So, false asylum claims, illegal immigration. Of course, that's different. But there's no prospect that the public would ever support, quite rightly, some sort of repatriation scheme. It's just not where they are at all. The public are mainstream on this sort of issue.
Well, you do see it mentioned a lot online, which is, Jock, why I want to bring you in here. Now, in your current role as a sort of, put it this way, you observe digital trends and how the debate goes digitally. Now, one of the things I'm struck by as a journalist is that more people get their news now from Instagram or Twitter than from any newspaper. There's been a big shift here. We see YouTube is now, I think, number 2 news source in the UK. A lot of people have YouTube not just on their phones, but on their television as well. And so they'll go back, and there's no end of sort of niche programs you can get on YouTube. So we can see moving away from what people might have once called the national debate into a slightly new era where there are other niches. Now, again, Twitter, as David Cameron famously said, is not the same thing as the UK, but a lot of politicians live on Twitter. Is it the case that social media will always have a polarising effect because the more shrill voices are simply rewarded more than what you might say the more voter persuasive voices?
Mm-hmm. No, I would completely agree with that. And the point around Twitter, now X, is it's completely toxic as a platform. Like there is,
toxic in what way?
In the sense that no one is changing their mind on that platform. No one's going on Twitter and saying, oh, well, I've balanced the debate, I've looked at both sides, and I've made a judgment call at the end of it. It's essentially a mass echo chamber of one group on the right and one group on the left, and they exist at the fringes, and the more hardline your perspective is, that then feeds into the performance of that social media content. So if you are more definitive in your position and you're stronger in being anti-immigrant or pro-immigrant, that's more likely to perform well and thus give you an incentive to keep saying it than if you're sitting in the middle, right? And if you're in the middle and you're saying, well, actually on the one hand and on the other, it's not going to perform well, you're not reaching people, etc., etc. But in my view, a key problem in Westminster is that it is too based on that one platform, and the country is not there. In terms of the use of Twitter, now X, it's not universally used in the country, of any demographic, essentially.
But sorry, could we expand a little bit on the point there? Because I think the Ofcom charts do show Twitter ahead of newspapers. And newspapers, of course, are nowhere near where they were 10, 20, 30 years ago. I wish they were, but they're not. So if now, I guess Twitter X is the best for immediacy. It also almost gives you a score at the end of it, how many people have retweeted you, etc. And that will exert a sort of subliminal effect, driving you to the fringes of the debate. But if you're saying that's unrepresentative, then where should we go to find out what is more representative?
Yeah, I think the problem with the Conservative Party in terms of how it views the online space is it oscillates between being terminally online and being almost Twitter obsessive and saying, right, I've put out this policy statement, how well has it performed, what are my numbers, to being completely ignorant of any other channel. So the party and Westminster politics in general is not looking at those other platforms that you mentioned. They're not looking at Facebook or YouTube or Instagram where, by and large, more normal people, not as an offence to anyone here, but people who are not, sort of terminally scrolling to get news are viewing the world. So if you look at, you'll see this more than me, but the salience of certain issues will surprise you if you're not on Twitter. So, you might have seen, or the party's reaction to Southport, for example, might have felt slow, but if you go onto Facebook, it was absolutely rampant across all platforms in terms of responding to that event, right? So I think what the party needs to do more of is spend less time on that sole platform where the media and politicians exist, and spend more time looking at what people are saying on other platforms, and specifically not Twitter, so Facebook, YouTube, etc.
Right, but looking at America, isn't it the case that American politics has all the guys who are the most vocal at Twitter are now running America and the free world? Mm-hmm. So there does seem to be there a very clear segue. If you look at, I don't know if anybody was looking at the CPAC videos recently, but the American conservatism does seem to be going very much down this more sort of Musk-Trump route. And Musk, of course, owns X, but it seems there as if the polarization of debate, perhaps digitally orientated, has led to a more virulent strain of conservatism, which is now in the ascendancy in America. And I'm wondering why the same shouldn't eventually end up true in Britain. Mm-hmm.
I think it's right. I mean, X had a massive part to play in the US election in particular, but actually, the UK is not America for good and for bad. And there are, in terms of the way that we operate in the digital ecosystem, is actually more similar to Europe, or more similar to Australia in particular. So in Australia, you look at the election there is a mass shift away from using Twitter or X as a platform and moving towards newer channels, TikTok being one of them, but YouTube in particular, where there are less people who are strongly opinionated and are more likely to change their minds on those platforms. I think the US is a special case, and yes, it had an impact, but if you look at how decentralized politics has become out there in terms of the online conversation, there are individuals with now an outsized voice who literally run the platforms themselves. So in the US, it's quite a specific example, but we're slightly different in the UK than the US.
Okay. Katie, I imagine, are you a fan of Ronald Reagan as well as Margaret Thatcher?
Yeah, a fan of both.
Would you say Reagan's brand of politics is closer to your own views than Donald Trump's?
I have a slight... So I appreciate that Margaret Thatcher obviously founded the CPS and her name is on this conference today. I think, Margaret Thatcher left power before I was born. So thinking too much about events and the way that the world was decades ago, I'm not, half a century ago is when she came to leadership of the Conservative Party. So I'm not sure necessarily that sort of helps or serves us now.
Would you describe yourself as a Thatcherite then? I know you might not reject the label, but is it one you would use? Or do you simply think that was half a century ago and that I'm wondering from which, is Thatcherism a success from which the Conservative Party has never recovered?
I think Margaret Thatcher correctly diagnosed a number of things about the world, about human nature, about this country, and those facts remain true. A lot of her basic insights to do with the market, to do with how people make choices, to do with how people run their households, were all right. So, there's no need to throw them away. I don't think, though, that it helps or serves the Conservative Party in 2025 to be obsessed with Thatcher and Thatcherism. I think that there's a lot of the basic truths about free markets and the fact that in lots of contexts, maybe not all, they lead to the best outcomes. That remains true.
Right. And Mark, right now, would you say there is much of a market for what one might call Thatcherism now? Is there a risk that a lot of us in this room are just simply living in the past here, that Thatcher herself, if the young Margaret Roberts was up on stage here, she would be concerned about very, very different things than perhaps those who venerate her now?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, the conclusion I reached after looking back on my 14 years at the IEA was, why were there so many people, perhaps not me, but otherwise articulate, intelligent people who seem to have put forward increasingly strong cases for lower taxes, less regulation, and were getting nowhere, that these arguments were falling on fallow ground. And I think the difference, a major difference this time round, looking for a sort of conservative reboot, is it's not principally about economics. It's about the Constitution, the system of government, what you're really seeing, I mean, generalisation alert here, but across the Western world, is people think the governmental system is broken and either needs to be blown up or completely rewired in some way, and are latching on to politicians and political movements that are making that promise. Trump compared to the country club Republicans, for example. Maloney, as opposed to the sort of legacy Christian Democrats. The AfD in Germany. Nigel Farage in the United Kingdom. That the clarion call isn't, I mean, no doubt there are a good number of people who are worried their taxes are too high, but the clarion call is the entire system is broken and does not work for me or the country. Can someone please reboot it? You know, switch it off and switch it on again. Let's see if that works. That's what most people do with their computers. And I actually think the Conservative Party needs to try and surf that tide. If the Conservative proposition is, here is a graph proving that if we cut corporation tax by 2% and increase the income tax thresholds, economic growth will be 0.8% higher than it is under Labour, they're going nowhere. Managerialism is dead as a proposition to the wider electorate. So the next right-of-centre government, whatever colour or colours it is, will be one that promises a complete reboot of the way all of the institutions work, an assault on the quangos, for example.
So, in other words, I mean, to go back to your earlier points about the meaning of the word conservative, what you're describing here is the opposite of conserve. You're talking about destroying and rebuilding. You're talking about political creative destruction.
Yeah, essentially, yes, although you could argue that what you're really seeking, which the UK has done in a number of times in its history, is a great restoration, that we should attempt to return in broad terms to the constitutional settlement that prevailed prior to Tony Blair completely rewiring the constitution of the country. And that were you to do that, you know, repeal the Human Rights Act, repeal the Equalities Act, I think we should go through, there's more than 400 quangos, I think we should go through the lot of them, work out in each case whether it should be abolished, whether it should be privatised, or whether it should come completely within the auspices of the ministerial department. These are the sort of big reboots that are required. And going to James's point on sort of, he and I disagree on this, and he's the pollster, so he's probably right. But I'm not really sure that the Conservatives need to roll out policy at the moment, because I think that there will be a collective yawn. The general response to the Conservative Party at the moment is somewhere between boredom and contempt. Probably boredom is growing and contempt is falling. You need, however, to do two things. You need to explain why certainly the last few years in office were so bad. What's your explanation of that? You can't just say, sorry, we're under new management. I mean, if you've been to a restaurant and you've got food poisoning, you're not going to go back to that restaurant just because there's a new manager in place, right? That restaurant needs to understand and explain why you got food poisoning, how they've changed things, why everything's more hygienic, why the head chef's going to do things differently. So there needs to be more of an explanation of, sorry, we're under new management. And then I think the second thing, which I would not say is policy, is to take some positions on things. So I would argue that, for example, a pledge to withdraw from the ECHR is not a policy, it's a position. That's not your immigration policy. It begs a whole load of questions about what you do with border force, how you speed up the court system and all the rest of it. Saying that you are opposed to the carbon net zero target by 2050. That's not a policy as such. It begs lots of questions about what you do with renewable contracts that are already underway, whether you do fracking or not. But you can take these big positions, which Reform have actually been highly successful at doing. They haven't mapped out this highfalutin philosophy about what would Edmund Burke think of A, B or C. Neither have they actually delivered sort of, endless peer-reviewed research papers of exactly how they would change the tax system or the immigration system. They just put their flag in the ground on a number of big issues, like carbon net zero, like wokery. And it seems to me the Conservative Party needs to get on with that quickly, because on those big issues, even though they may be divisive within the party, even though it might mean that you lose some voters off one flank rather than another, but surely to God on these issues, the jury is in. I mean, how much more information do you need before you reach a conclusion about whether you want to stay in ECHR or not, before you decide whether or not you want to abandon the 2050 net zero target or not. No more information is going to help you make up your mind. So make up your mind, put a flag in the ground, and those positions, rather than detailed policies, I think is the way that you would see the Conservative vote tick up, and is in large part behind why the Reform vote has ticked up. Very clear positions on a number of very clear things, even if the policy detail ain't there.
James, nothing Mark says there, I think, would be out of place at a Reform Party rally. Now, let's do a little thought experiment here. Say they, I don't know, that Farage got rid of the next person who threatens him or something, I don't know, and they're in a bit of trouble, and the two parties merge, and you've got the Reform Conservatives. I'm asking you here, in your opinions, in your experience as a pollster and a campaigner, because I think we're all agreed here that the Conservative brand has been rather tainted. Nobody's going to forget what Conservative government was like for quite some time, especially not young people who were locked down all of those years. So now, when Tony Blair had this problem, he looked at what was happening. Okay, Labour's got a bad reputation. I want to present myself as completely new. So I'm going to do what Bill Clinton did. I'm going to give my party a new name, New Labour. Now, obviously, you can't say New Conservatives because that would be too much aping New Labour. But you could, couldn't you, say Reform Conservatives? That would be a new name. Perhaps, I don't know. We pick up who else Nigel Farage is going to get rid of in the next. We take them into the Conservative Party. I don't know. So all of a sudden, we can see this sort of a Conservative Reform kind of fusion, a new look, a new brand. Would that be more electorally popular?
Would it be more electorally popular?
You think yes, but you don't want to say it.
No, I'm genuinely thinking about it. I think that, well, let me answer it a different way. I think the Conservative Party would be mad to do a formal merge with Reform, completely and totally mad. That said, at the next election, if they were essentially both on sort of 25 points, there's going to have to be a deal, or Starmer gets straight back into power.
Wait, what could that deal possibly be other than a merger? Because you can't say to, well, one party, okay, I tell you what, we're going to call ourselves a national party, but we're only going to contest half of the seats. You can take the other half. It's unthinkable that any genuinely national party could do a deal where it wouldn't put a full pledge of candidates. So the only deal there to be done is a merger.
Well, they obviously did do an electoral deal back in 2019. The truth is, I don't think we know, and I wouldn't make a decision. I'm not trying to evade the question. I would just kick that one into the long grass. A merger is completely mad because, well, for a number of reasons. Reform have not yet demonstrated themselves to be a serious party or indeed a party of serious individuals.
They're still the most popular party in this country.
They are the most popular party, yes. That is absolutely true. But
not bad for an unserious party.
Absolutely not. We're in strange times. I'm not one of those people that hates Reform. I don't hate Nigel Farage. I think that Reform and Farage and in its less mad days at early UKIP, I think were sort of effectively quite useful to have some pressure on the right. That said, the party at the moment just oozes stupidity. And, you know, like the recent row, you know, there they are heading towards 30 points. They have one job. Just don't mess it up. And then there's automatically a civil war. I mean, there's just a problem, obviously, that very ideological people, sort of like cats, you know, they're sort of impossible to control. They just go off and say anything. You could have a row about, you know, the meaning of some battle in the 15th century or something. And
well, James, about two words here. Liz Truss. I mean, didn't the Conservatives do all of that? Had a mad row, had a feud, everything you're talking about. The Conservatives did, but arguably it was worse because they were in power at the time.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, really. I always try and pretend that the Liz Truss thing just didn't happen. It was very short. Don't try and explain it because...
Okay, you were having a shower at the time. I get it.
Because one of the problems is, you know, I can't bear it when you make an argument for lower taxes in a small state and people just go, what about Liz Truss? There's no point trying to defend it. You just pretend it didn't happen, move on. But on Reform, again, I just think, like, look at the last couple of weeks. You've got all this sort of Rupert Lowe stuff, which just made them look ridiculous. But how many more pictures are we going to get of them at the races, in their tweeds and all the rest of it? When you I would love a picture of, instead of Nigel Farage in a tweed suit with glasses looking at some horse, instead do one of those shots that George Osborne used to love. You know, he's got his sleeves up, looking at a policy paper and showing how serious it is. Reform have just got to work out whether or not they are a lifestyle choice or whether or not they're a serious party, and genuinely the jury is out on that. But the public will only properly back them if we have less pictures of Cheltenham, less chucking chairs at each other, and a bit more serious behaviour.
But in America, we've seen Donald Trump sitting on a golden throne in Mar-a-Lago, and Elon Musk doesn't exactly slum it either. I mean, there seem to be new rules now about sort of, I don't know if you can call it right-wing populism, but the practitioners do tend to be multimillionaires like Zia Youssef and people, and don't make any apology about it. They don't try to do what the Camerons sometimes did, which is try to put on this faux working-class background. That seems to go down worse than simply admitting to who you are. And it doesn't seem as if the voters, maybe bring you in here, Jock, that the voters don't seem to really penalise Trump or Farage or Zia Youssef for basically being privately educated rich guys who are plausibly... There's something buccaneering about entrepreneurs, isn't there? And that element is certainly plausible.
I would say it's probably less to do with their previous employment or how they made their money and about authenticity. Right? And people, as a general fundamental belief, do not trust politicians. No one really likes politicians. However, if you're an individual that seems to say it how it is, or is direct and is maybe more nuanced in how they communicate something, that builds trust because you feel like they truly believe it. And I think actually where I'd probably disagree with you in terms of the Cheltenham appearances is that him appearing at Cheltenham feels more authentic to his existing public perception than him looking and getting into the weeds of a policy paper, whereas that would feel so contrary to everything we've known about him for the last 10, 15 years. Him being in the policy paper, no. Him down the pub with a pint, yes, that feels natural and normal. And in a world where no one trusts politicians or, is willing to believe them or think they're ineffective because they don't believe what they're saying, when you have a politician who feels like they say it how it is, you feel, oh, well, at least they'll give it a good go and they've got principles that they stand behind. So I would say that, the problem the Conservatives have is not a problem of policy, it's a problem of perception, is that they're untrusted and they're viewed to be ineffective. That will only shift with time, so they just need to establish, as Mark was saying before, at least if you stand on certain issues and you say, yes, I believe this, no, I don't believe this, you're able to compare them against the alternatives.
So, Katie, you've got a big vested interest in the Conservatives getting it right over the next 3 or 4 years. If they were to be able to do so in a way where conservatism was to genuinely stand for a credible set of values, I mean, you've given us your values, but and let's say the amnesia which James helpfully invokes here of a trust period is extended over a lot of the Conservative years. People have generally forgotten what they did in power. And can you describe what the party would look like, in your view, to make conservatism seem plausible and desirable again?
Well, I think the place to begin is there won't be amnesia about the last 40. I mean, I think if that's your starting point for a strategy, then the strategy will fail. So I think it will have to be to combine some of what Mark and James have been saying. I do think that specificity builds credibility, and I do think that there will have to be a clear narrative that is, these are the things that we messed up in government. This is why we failed to do what we said we were going to do. We acknowledge that we did that, and we did. And James has mentioned immigration, which is the most obvious broken promise, but it's by no means the only one. This is specifically what we would do differently next time, such that won't happen again. It hasn't been any better under Labour, as James said early on. A lot of these problems are structural problems with the state. We understand them because we served under them for 14 years. We will fix them, and this is how. I think that is the only path back, with humility and credibility and consistency, to being taken seriously by the public again.
Okay, well, you're in the great advantage of not being a front bencher right now. You say you'd like some specificity, so you can give us an example. What specifically would you like? For example, let's say they abolish net zero and climate change. What about calling for net zero immigration? I mean, technically it's possible, because all these guys who came under the Boris wave of immigration will need to apply to have their visas renewed. Now the government can set the bar as high as it likes. So you can see a situation where, say the guy, I don't know, saying if you want your visa renewed, you have to earn 40 grand or more, or something like that. You can therefore see it's possible that the UK might do what Sweden has already achieved and hit net zero immigration. I mean, would you be backing that, or are there any other examples of specific pledges that you would like to see your party embrace and to achieve that journey back to credibility?
Well, some of them are already. So I work in the Shadow Home Office team. I'm a junior whip, and I work with the Shadow Home Office. And actually, quite a lot of that specificity is already happening, partly because we're prompted by circumstances. So there's a Borders Bill going through Parliament at the moment, and we are laying various amendments to that bill, and those contain a lot of the specific things that we're talking about. So the disapplication of the Human Rights Act when it comes to managing the border would be an example of that. A hard cap, which is voted for by government, is an example of that. You know, all of these are specific amendments that the Conservative Party has at this moment laid in Parliament. They will, unfortunately, you know, the parliamentary mathematics is such that I don't think that it will be a big spoiler for tomorrow's Bill Committee session to say that they are unlikely to pass, but those specific positions actually do exist, and that will be the case more and more over the coming years. But we're still, you know, we are, 8.5 months from the biggest drubbing in British political history. You know, it will take time for the public to forgive us.
Right.
I don't know. I don't really think I know how to bring this about, but I don't think the Conservatives are going to get back into office on an approach of stoic sobriety. I think the Conservative Party has to be exciting and quite revolutionary and risk-taking and swashbuckling, stylistically so, right? So, I mean, I've read a good number of things that the Tories have put down on immigration. That strikes me as well thought out and well-intentioned, and I'm not saying forget all of the policy. But what has made Farage successful, and as I say, this appears to be part of a more general Western phenomenon, has been this sort of swashbuckling, fun approach. I mean, in this recent poll asking in each constituency who do you think would be the best Prime Minister, I think Farage is ahead in 300 or so seats. Starmer in 250 or so, and Kemi in 6. So this, I would think that Kemi needs to go to the Cheltenham races, get a pair of binoculars, a tweed jacket, explain which horse she's put 100 quid on, and you know, she might not literally be able to replicate that. But there needs to be a swashbuckling style. The Conservative Party is not a think tank. Right? Its purpose is not just to have the right policies. At best, that's a necessary condition. It might not even be a prerequisite there. It needs a completely fresh, swashbuckling approach, which, again, going back to our discussion about Thatcher had. It wasn't so much, I've got a detailed way to reform the unions. It's everything is broken. We need a complete reset of the state. I'm going to lead that charge. Are you with me or against me? And the Conservative Party, at the moment, doesn't seem to be keen, willing or confident enough to speak in that sort of style. And I think it's going to change that.
And do you think, Kemi, do you think the party, frankly, has the right leader right now?
Well, yeah, actually, the thing that surprised me, I won't say that, I voted for Robert Jenrick, but Kemi, I think, would have been my second choice. I sort of thought that if we got Kemi, and I thought she was also the favourite, we would have this sort of bull in a china shop, swashbuckling, you know, say 27 things a day, 3 of which will sound idiotic, 10 of which will land, 14 of which will be ignored, and there would be a kind of force of nature about it. I am genuinely surprised she has been so cautious and methodical. I didn't think that was in her personality. I thought she was probably the most swashbuckling of the candidates who put their name forward. So, and she's got a history of being like that. One of the reasons I nearly voted for her is somebody came up to me trying to persuade me to vote for Robert Jenrick, saying the problem with Kemi is she'll cross the street to have an argument. I said, good, that's exactly the sort of person I want to be the leader of the Tory party. But maybe it's a concern about party unity, I don't know. But I think she can unleash the inner swashbuckling Kemi the party would be in a much stronger place. And
but maybe
about
she's
style.
doing a sort of Muhammad Ali-style rope-a-dope. Like everybody expects her to be swashbuckling. So she's sitting there taking the punches because, as you say, they're not going to be taken seriously in a bunch of things. So you go for that period and then you go back to your sort of...
Yeah, maybe, but I think time waits for no man here, right? I mean, I think this sort of, we'll get back to you on what our policies are in 2028, might have been a plan if reform were not snapping at your heels. But you need an almost immediate response to Reform UK, even if you've not yet worked out the precise details of your manifesto and what you'd do in your first 100 days if you prevail at the next election.
Okay, a quick show of hands here. Anybody think the Conservatives need a new leader? And anyone think they don't? I would say that's about 85% for Kemi. She'll be delighted when she comes on stage earlier on. And you guys over there, I'll tell her where you sit. Okay, well, time waits for no man, but it's also approaching us. So we just do some concluding remarks here, and then I'll ask Robert Cole to come and move us on. So, James, thoughts here. So the Conservatism, what are the chances of it meaning something palpable again?
Genuinely, I don't know. I think it is possible that we are in the last days of the Conservative Party. That's not a prediction, but it is possible. That's how bad things are. But there are enough people with conservative or right-leaning views across the country to make something again, which doesn't necessarily mean reform. So even if there needs to be a new vehicle, there is plenty of room for optimism.
Jock?
I think over the last 15 years, people have voted in the centre of politics not for something but against something. It's either against Jeremy Corbyn or even against Ed Miliband. And I think what was so cathartic about Reform's votes in 2024 is people felt they were able to vote for something when they hadn't previously. And I think to Mark's point, if the Conservatives want to return to any form of government again eventually, there needs to be a credible offer of what are you voting for, and that can be from a policy, but also just a general vibe perspective, as you were alluding to before.
Right. Mark?
I think there probably needs to be quite an internal battle before we're match fit to win an election. I look back at the collapse of the Liberal Party about 100 years ago, and there are similarities with what the Tories are going through. That the coalition that had held the Liberal Party together, being in favour of the middle class, extending the franchise, free trade, the empire, all of that still united them. And Lloyd George and Asquith fell out, and everybody assumes it was a personality clash, but they fell out in 1914 on the issue of whether we should have national conscription to fight a world war. Not the sort of issue you could duck in 1914. You could duck it for the previous 50 or 60 years. And I wonder for the Conservatives whether the party's being held together by opposition to the Soviet Union, being broadly pro-business, being broadly in favour of British national institutions like the army, the police and the monarchy. And that was sort of enough to keep, Ken Clarke and John Redwood in the same party over a long period of time. But now the issues are carbon net zero, immigration, wokery, and the Conservatives aren't obviously united on this. So the Conservative coalition is going to change. And I think the Conservative Party is going to have to pick a lane on these issues, actually. And splitting the difference, which is what the Liberal Party tried to do 100 years ago, is the route to failure. That doesn't mean picking a lane is a guarantee of success, but it's a necessary ingredient of success. You should get on and do it.
Okay, and Casey, I'll give you the last word.
Well, I think James is right to say that the Conservative Party is in an existential moment, and there was a lot of discussion about this after the election, and it's sort of faded since, basically because we've got used to it. But we have to keep staring that in the face. And I say that not to be negative, but because actually that should motivate us to be better, to change and to improve. I think Mark's totally right that the Conservative Party has to be something to be excited about. But I think it also needs to rediscover a deeper sense of moral mission. You know, people have to feel that what the Conservative Party believe in genuinely is making people's lives better rather than a sort of ideology. If you take something like a smaller state, the reason that we need a smaller state is because nothing works, and it should be a moral mission to make people's lives better, to make all of those arms of the state more functional, rather than we just think that that's something that people should do. So I think there is no question that it is a steep mountain to climb, but there could be no bigger prize.
Okay. Well, it is lunchtime approaches, so can you please join me in thanking our panel?
Thank you, Fraser. Thank you, everyone. We're just about to have our first coffee break, but before we do, I just need to outline some tech support issues, which is in no way going to backfire on us at all. But our keynote speaker later on from Spain is going to be speaking in Spanish. So we have arranged, by the miracle of technology, translation headphones for everyone. I'm told these will be laid out in the break. Please don't make off with them because they're quite expensive. But also, if you sort of leave them I'm told leave them sort of half plugged in, which will apparently make sense. And then once the actual conversation begins, you can put them on properly. Like if you put them on during the next panel, which is going to be in English, you'll just look like an idiot. So save them for when the Spanish language starts. But there'll be coffee at the back for those of our gold members. I feel like I'm hosting a podcast now. For those of our gold ticket holders, there will be a VIP coffee in the crypt, which is out the room and down the stairs. So thank you very much, and thank you especially to our panel.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
Are we? Oh, it worked out. Okay, good.
Yes.
Dark UKIP.
Yeah.
Hiya.
Can I take mine?
Yes,
Oh, yeah, of
please.
course.
Anyone who can.
Oh, right.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats.
I wanted to say thank you for extending the invite to me. No. So it's you're doing a great job. I thought Fraser was absolutely outstanding. Fred Roberts was right. See you later.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get started. I said before, I'll just be saying, please take your seats again and again and again. Right, thank you so much, and welcome to the second section of our programme. One of the problems with conservatism in Britain and political debate in Britain is that we basically tend to think that there's only 1.5 countries in the world. There's our country and America, and those are the only countries where politics happens. The next session is an attempt to get past that and to look at what's happening all the way around the world, and because so many of the things that are happening in this country, the growth of populism, the generational divides in politics, is happening. The struggle to grow the economy is happening in other countries as well. And I'm really pleased to welcome a wonderful panel to talk about the global centre-right and what's happening in all around the world, chaired by Con Coughlin from our sponsors, the Daily Telegraph. Please welcome the panellists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this discussion, which I think is, given what's going on in the world, is very topical and presents an enormous amount of challenges. If you look around the world, you can see that obviously the Trump administration has had a rather dramatic impact on the geopolitical landscape, not least in areas of defence, which is my speciality. But also in terms of trade and commerce, and also with his rather harsh approach to migration issues, which, when you look around the world, a lot of countries and governments are themselves trying to wrestle with all of these issues. And, of course, we also have conflicts around the world, which, a few years ago we never thought we'd see these kind of state-on-state conflicts, that we'd have a war in Europe for the first time since the Second World War, and all the demands that makes on us. So there's a great deal to discuss here, and particularly the focus of this panel, and we have an excellent group participating in the panel here, is how the centre-right can deal with these challenges and sort of really redefine a lot of their approaches. So we have a really, as I said, stellar panel here, and I'm not sure we're in the right order, but anyway, we have Bruno Macias here, who's a former foreign minister in Portugal. He's also a journalist and writes the New Statesman, a member of the European Council on Foreign Relations, and he's been the Secretary of State for European Affairs in Portugal during the Eurozone crisis, and he has a doctorate from Harvard. So he's very well qualified. Nigel Wright, the co-head of Onex Partners, is also a very distinguished person who's got a lot of experience. So there's a very long CV here, but the number of companies you've worked with around the group, very high profile. And you worked as Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister of Canada. Canada, of course, is going through its own convulsions at the moment as a result of Trump and the new government coming in and the elections, and whether the Conservatives will actually take advantage of the Liberals' unpopularity before Trump became president. So much discussed there. Catherine Bernhard, former Times journalist.
Current.
New York Times.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. I thought when I read your CV, I thought you worked for the Times, but it's the New York Times.
Yeah. In America, we call it the Times.
Right.
We call the Times of London.
Of course you do. Not to be confused. Anyway, Katrina's worked, is a native German who's done a lot of work on the rise of the far right, which of course is a really crucial subject in German politics, and we're all looking to see how the new government in Germany deals with that. Mackay Coppins, staff writer of The Atlantic, another very distinguished writer on foreign affairs. He's written on politics, religion, national and international affairs. He's a New York Times best-selling author, written a book on Mitt Romney, and he's won various awards. And he recently got an award for his coverage of the Trump presidency. So, you know, again, somebody very expert. And finally, we've got the very distinguished John O'Sullivan, who's worked on the Telegraph when I first joined the Telegraph many years ago. John is a real expert. He's a veteran of the sort of what I would regard as the high point of international diplomacy, the Reagan-Thatcher era, when people really knew what they were doing, compared with the mess we have today. He served as special advisor and speechwriter to Margaret Thatcher. He's founder and co-chairman of the new Atlantic Initiative, and also Congress of Prague. So we've got a very distinguished audience. I think the best way to kick this off is for everybody to sort of give an outline of what they see as the challenges for the centre-right and what the main issues are, and then we can open it up for a broader discussion. So I might start with you, John, if that's okay.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Well, I would say that the global centre-right is in serious trouble, and it deserves to be, because it has completely neglected the concerns of its electorate, as a result of which it finds it's challenged by new conservative, insurgent conservative, generally called far right, sometimes inaccurately, sometimes not, and this divides the right and creates serious electoral problems for it. Now, I happen to have the advantage in the last 2 decades of having lived in Canada, in the United States and in Hungary, all of which have given different answers to the questions of how the centre-right prospers. In Hungary, which I'll deal with briefly, and this will be a highly controversial interpretation, but I believe it to be true, what we have seen is Viktor Orban has essentially moved to make what was his originally small L Liberal Party into the kind of pre-Thatcher Tory party in Hungarian politics. By that I mean it's a party which is highly selective and pragmatic in its economic policies, not all of which adhere to the classical liberal ideas, which would be those of Thatcherism and so on, but nonetheless he combines that with nationalism and with a strong defence of national democracy versus supranational technocracy. A lot of other things I could say, but that has made Fidesz, for the last 4 elections, the largest single party governing winning between 44 and 52% of the vote. It's going into tougher waters now because the first time it's getting opposition from the right. In other words, previously the left was its main opposition. They were reduced in the last election to about 7% of the electorate and voters. And it's in a commanding position still, but because its challenge now comes from an ex-Fidesz party member, indeed a very senior one, who is attempting to get the support of the left and of the Liberals behind him, he faces a serious challenge. But he's been in power for 14 years, and there's certainly more to show for it in terms of Conservative policies than could be claimed by the Conservative Party here. The second case is Canada. In Canada, I was recruited by David Frum, we're now very much in different positions politically, to help to join the Unite the Right faction, which occurred after the Conservative Party was reduced to 2 seats. See, we can say here, there is always someone worse off than yourself. And what happened there was Stephen Harper, who, with Preston Manning, founded the Reform Party. And they challenged the dissident Conservative voters to leave the Conservative Party, which they felt on a series of issues had become too moderate, and they succeeded in taking away virtually all their votes west of the Manitoba River. Now, what happened then? Well, after a short period of great hostility between the two parties, Stephen Harper set about wooing the Conservatives back. He was greatly helped by our own old boss, Conrad Black, who had founded a newspaper called the National Post, which for the first time introduced at the highest level of Canadian journalism what I would call diversity. It was a conservative paper, and it made big inroads. It reformed the Global Mail, made it a much more lively paper. It still exists, but no longer as a result of extraneous issues, no longer in paper, it's online. And effectively, that helped to bring about a marriage between the Reform and the Conservative, the broken Conservative Party. It was really a hostile takeover. But nonetheless, it produced the Conservative Party of Canada, which went on to win several elections under Stephen Harper and provided it with solid Conservative government. Not dramatic, not as dramatically successful as Mrs. T, but nonetheless it governed the country well, and it left a very good inheritance to be more or less destroyed by Trudeau. The third, so that can be done, and we must remember that is probably the nearest thing. There are big differences, but the nearest thing to a model for the Conservatives and Reform here. Finally, Trump. Well, I will say simply this, because I don't want to go on too long. What Trump has done, he has created effectively a new political party under the same old name. And that is an uncertain achievement because we don't know how he's going to do in government. He has to do well in government for that to become a permanent achievement. But nonetheless, it's a major one. The lesson from that for the future, I think, for the right everywhere is a very simple one. It is, in almost every country we look at, there's this division of the right into the traditional economic mainstream right and a challenge from the left, often on nationalism grounds, but on other grounds too. And I think those grounds are very often reasonable. Or I'd say not very often, mainly reasonable. And secondly, that the new parties that will emerge from the struggle between these two, which will be different in different countries, we have to take those new parties of the right, the dominant parties of the right that emerge, and make sure they have the correct economic policies. And that, it seems to me, is the challenge for people here, because they're not... If they tell people who are in this new party that emerges that they don't want anything to do with them, they'll lose the game. If they simply accept them exactly as they are without encouraging them back into a better economic policy, which is what Thatcher did to the Tories. She brought them back to economic common sense. and courage too, then we're in for a very difficult time. But the prize is great too, and we should go for it.
Bruno, what's your perspective? I imagine you've got a very different take on the way the world looks.
So I grew up looking up to conservatism in America and in Britain, sort of after Reagan, but still very much the Republican Party under Reagan's influence, and here Thatcher. That world is gone, completely gone, and conservatism lies in ruins. I doubt there's anything left, to be honest. It has often turned into its exact opposite. If conservatism is supposed to represent an idea of order, Trump represents the destruction of order wherever he finds it. By the way, on Russia, because I think that's an interesting topic, why does he sound so close to Russia? I don't subscribe to any particular conspiracy theory. I just think that he looks towards taboos, towards established practices, and wherever he finds them, he wants to destroy them because he sees them as constraints on his own action, but also on America's action as a whole. And of course, the ultimate taboo is the idea of Russia as our adversary, of autocracy as our adversary, of Putin as the embodiment of the leader that we should be fighting. And if, his reaction is, why? Why should I follow these taboos? Why should I obey them? And he wants to get rid of them. If conservatism is an idea of order, of balance, of impartiality, of an aspiration towards universality, we've seen the opposite of that in conservative policy on many, many issues. We've seen the opposite of that on Gaza, and I welcome people to compare what is supposedly the conservative position today to what was James Baker's position on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, that even Rashid Khalidi, the Palestinian historian, considers a very balanced position that James Baker had. He writes in one of his books that James Baker was able to understand the Palestinian position. Now, we may have many disagreements on Gaza, but the idea that Donald Trump is able to understand the Palestinian position, or for that matter, that Joe Biden was able to understand the Palestinian position, doesn't even merit discussion. On immigration and generally on global affairs, I would think that a conservative is someone who is attracted, and that's, I don't call myself a conservative because, after all, if there are room in our societies for liberals, conservatisms, progressives, at one point in my life I decided that if there's room in our society for all of that, there should also be room in my own thought for all of that, which was perhaps a bit of arrogant on my part, but that's why I've been involving. But still, if I'm a conservative in many respects, it's because of that sense that very old traditional ways of life embody forms of knowledge that we should respect and learn from. And in fact, all my books for 10 years and the next 10 years, hopefully, are about trying to learn about different ways of life. My next book is about India and the revival of Hindu civilization. By the way, we could discuss whether that's conservative or not. It's an interesting discussion to have. Does conservatism represent that today? Well, just listen to J.D. Vance yesterday talking about incompatible elements coming to our societies. What is this incompatible elements? He goes out of his way to talk in a very dehumanizing way, as if this is some kind of chemical compound, and it's people from other races are incompatible elements. There's no curiosity about the rest of the world. There's a permanent hostility, a certain pride in being ignorant about the rest of the world, a childish myth-making about what the rest of the world represents, and conservatism in the United States, in Hungary, I'm sorry to say, and in the Conservative Party, I'm sorry to say, all of you, has come to represent that. I don't see any curiosity about the rest of the world, which I think was the tradition also of British conservatism. In fact, I think the opposition between conservatism and progressivism used to mean that progressives knew the truth and conservatives were interested in finding out about the truth. And now, unfortunately, I think that conservatives are, if anything, even more arrogant in the sense that they know everything and that the rest of the world has nothing to teach us. As a writer of geopolitics, that's one part of the evolution of conservatism that really disappoints me. To go back to the beginning, I used to look up to those conservative leaders and those conservative ideas. I was 13 subscribing to the National Review, loved William Buckley. Where are those people now? In fact, now I have to explain to people younger than me that the way J.D. Vance talks is not the way conservative leaders used to talk. Did I do something to my microphone? Anyway, I'm about to finish this one. I have to explain to young people that the way J.D. Vance talks is not the way, contrary to what they might think, it was always like this. No, it was not always like this. It's an evolution that has taken place and that can perhaps be resisted or reverted, hopefully so.
I'll try this and I'll take that if I need to.
So, Mackie,
yes.
You follow Trump very, very closely. I mean, that's one of your subjects.
I do.
Has he broken conservatism?
Well, it's interesting. First of all, I should say that we were encouraged backstage not to dwell too much on Donald Trump, but as the resident American on the panel here, I'll ask that you indulge me a little bit. Has he broken conservatism? Yes, to a certain extent in America, certainly. But I guess the way I would look at it, well, I'll say this. About a year ago this time, I was reporting in Europe on the view of the American presidential election in the various European capitals. So I was in Brussels, I was in Berlin, I was in Warsaw, I spent time in the Baltics, and two things struck me. First was that almost everyone I spoke to was extremely engaged in the American election, following it very closely. The other was that I think every single person I talked to, every diplomat, elected official, NATO official, believed that Donald Trump was going to win. This was spring of last year. Joe Biden was still on the ticket. The polls showed them more or less tied. And the consensus in America was that there was no way Donald Trump was going to win. I guess one lesson to take from this is that in many cases, the Europeans can see America a bit more clearly than we can see ourselves. But the other thing is that I think a lot of Americans, and this was true especially in the American political class, were still stuck on this notion that Donald Trump's election in 2016 was a fluke, that it was a kind of black swan event, an accident of history, and for that reason it would never be repeated. Of course, it was absurd to think that he would get elected after mishandling the pandemic and January 6th and the way that he went out of office, deeply unpopular. How could we possibly believe he was coming back? Well, I think that many of the Europeans I was speaking to last year saw clearly that what was happening with Trump and happening with the Republican Party in the U.S. was an extension of what had been happening with the rise of far-right parties across Europe for a long time. And while Americans thought of it as this strange fluke, in part because a lot of Americans were not following European politics very closely, Europeans saw this as something that was not so strange or exotic, but the kind of natural exporting of far-right politics to the U.S. The difference in the U.S. is that the Republican Party, we have a two-party system. We don't have a parliamentary system. So within the Republican Party, there was always a far-right party that existed. It was not empowered in the way that it now is, right? There was always a nationalistic element. There was always a right-wing populist element. There certainly was always a very strong anti-immigrant sentiment within the Republican Party. But the people, by and large, who were running the Republican Party, those who got elected, especially at the national level, saw those elements as a source of political energy to be harnessed and controlled while they pursued their own agenda. And to the extent that the Republican Party, up until 10 years ago or so, was a center-right party, I think now we can say pretty definitively that it is not. I think far-right is actually a bit of a misnomer. I don't know if these things exist on a traditional left-to-right spectrum, but if we are defining far-right the way that we tend to in terms of the European parties, I think the Republican Party today at the national level is much closer to the far-right parties in Europe than it was to the party of Reagan, for example. Can it come back? I'm a little less pessimistic than Bruno about whether a conservative, a truly conservative, a center-right version of the Republican Party can be restored. I think that a lot of it will have to do with the next 4 years, how Trump governs, who his successor is, if it's somebody like J.D. Vance, and seen as a kind of ideological heir to Trumpism. There's still a lot to happen. But the conservatives, the center-right Republicans, are in retreat. They're out of power. Some of them don't even, at the kind of intelligentsia level, recognize themselves or identify themselves as Republicans anymore. And we are, in the U.S., in a full-blown experiment with far-right party rule, and we'll see how it goes. So far, it's been pretty chaotic and disruptive, and Donald Trump's polls have begun to slide, but they haven't collapsed entirely. And so I think we're in pretty uncharted territory in the U.S. in terms of what voters are willing to tolerate and how popular these far-right policies are.
So Canada, you're going to have an election soon, Nigel. There's speculation it'll be called in a couple of weeks. And as I said earlier, before the Trump effect hit Canada, the Conservatives seem to be set to take the country over again. Now we've got Carney back as Liberal leader. He's over here today, I think, Shane McCain. How strong are the Conservatives in Canada? And what can they gain from the Trump effect across the border to make them assured of election victory?
Thanks, John. So every 20 years or so, the world pays attention to Canada for 5 minutes. And I'll know whether that 5 minutes is up when I see eyes glazing over. But I will address that topic. But first, one I think a lot about, I live here in the UK, is about the Unite the Right kind of movement, which I lived through. I am generally a finance person, but I worked for 2 Canadian prime ministers in the 80s and early 90s. And then I spent 4 years as chief of staff to Stephen Harper in the early 2010s. And so I lived through this. I was actually one of the first 2 officers of the United Conservative Party. And I think it's very different from the UK because while the Reform Party here wants to turn itself into a party, it is, in effect today, not a political party. It is a body corporate owned by an individual or a few individuals without a bureaucracy. And in Canada, we had 2 functioning parties, and the iron law of bureaucracy is they tend to throw up leadership whose primary goal is to preserve that bureaucracy. And so after the 1993 election, where we had 2 seats, both the Reform and the then Progressive Conservatives were within 2 points of each other. We lost the next 3 elections pretty decisively, sharing the vote almost equally. And it's only when the Reform Party, or I joined, it became the Canadian Alliance, began to pull ahead, and there was actually an ascendancy and a difference between the 2, and the old Conservative Party began to teeter on insolvency, that the deal was made. It was made by a brave person who was elected leader of the Conservatives, vowing never to unite, and broke that promise. And through diplomacy, a non-winner-take-all approach from the party was then ascendant, and it survived. One thing I think difference between Canada and the UK, is that we had a relatively little hemorrhaging. So although there was a regional basis, by that point the parties had begun to believe in much the same thing, whereas I do believe that today in the UK, if the 2 parties actually serve non-fully overlapping electorates, and we have to be careful with simple math about thinking how it happens here. But I guess the depressing thought is that we lost 3 elections in a row to majority opposition, and only when the deadlock started getting broken was a compromise found. Since the 2 parties came together, we've won the popular vote in 4 of the 5 elections, although we haven't won the majority of seats in all those elections. Two, will Donald Trump help the Conservatives? It's the exact opposite. So the Conservatives enjoyed sort of a 18-month, 20% unassailable lead in the polls in Canada until Donald Trump. And the reason is they had managed, under a very able leader, to tie the issues of consumer inflation and unaffordable housing costs to Liberal government policy. They had done this quite successfully. What Trump has done is change the ballot question. The ballot question now is who's best to fight for Canada's survival, which sounds a bit sensationalist, but we export 80% of our exports, and we're a trading nation. 40% of our GDP is trade. So it's a very important question. And so Trump has changed the ballot question to the disadvantage of Conservatives. One of Stephen Harper's great crusades was to win back the flag for the right in Canada. Historically, it had been nationalism or patriotism was a Conservative virtue, but the Liberal government over time had redefined Canada's identity as largely anti-Americanism and largely an investment in social programs that were seen as distinctive from the United States. Stephen Harper tried very hard to build up an alternative view of Canada with some success about pride in our military history, the sense of attachment to the Commonwealth and the monarchy, our geography, the North, these kinds of things. But Donald Trump has squarely put anti-Americanism back in the kind of jump seat of where you want to be in Canadian politics. And the Liberal brand of nationalism, I think, is ascendant right now. So now we're at a statistical tie in the polls. Like the UK, I think, Conservatives only get to govern if they win a majority of the seats. In a hung parliament, all the other parties would prevent the Conservatives from coming into power. And so I think to a point that was raised earlier, I think out of all of this, the Conservatives were always a limited government, relatively pro-immigration, but limited government, low-tax party with a few of the identitarian kind of tinges that you see rising in the United States and in Europe and here. But I think at the end of the day, an aversion to Trump probably pushes whatever happens to the Conservatives kind of back into the traditional Reagan and Thatcher view of limited government, open borders, free trade, low taxes, and Canadians will find odious kind of an identitarian-based conservatism. Anyway, that's probably, I can see eyes glazing over, so I'll...
No, that's interesting. And Katrine, I'm just drawing on your experience in Germany. That's a subject you know inside out. And clearly, the last election, we saw a significant move to the right, both the centre-right and the more extreme right. And, economic issues were very, very at the forefront of the election campaign, as was migration. So how do you see Germany shaping up with its new government, and what are the kind of policies it needs to pursue to sort of distinguish itself from the challenge of the AfD?
Can I backtrack just 1 second?
Please,
Because, the starting question of how we got here and the sort of crisis of conservatism, I would like to broaden the lens and actually say that there's a crisis of the centre in general. There's a crisis of the centre-left and the centre-right as we knew it. I would argue over the last 25 years, I've been a reporter for the last 15 to 20 years, reporting in France, Germany, and Britain on populist movements, if you will. And the sort of common theme is that in the centre, the lines have been blurred. And the centre-left and the centre-right have sort of lost their distinctive identities, depriving voters of a kind of clear alternative in many ways. I think Germany is probably an extreme example of this. We had Angela Merkel for 16 years, and 3 of her 4 legislative terms, she went into a grand coalition, so-called grand, the parties are no longer so grand, with the centre-left. Which was something that was exceptional beforehand. It happened exactly once in the post-war decades before she came to power. That was in the late 60s, during the sort of student upheaval, the student revolt of 1968, when we briefly had that government of sort of national unity to deal with that emergency. But it was considered to be a taboo, if you will. But she made it commonplace, and it meant effectively that German voters no longer had an alternative, which explains the name of this far-right party, the Alternative for Germany, which then was founded in 2013. I think it's important to stress that the crisis is not just on the center-right, it's also on the center-left. And in some ways, the betrayal, the first panel spoke about, that is very strongly felt among voters on both sides of the political divide. In my experience as a reporter talking to people, this betrayal is real, and it's felt very acutely on the left. I'll give you one example. Just before, I became Berlin bureau chief in 2017, just after the AfD first entered the federal parliament. It's the first time a far-right party since World War II managed to enter the federal parliament. It was a big moment. At the time they had 12.5%. And I remember going to the sort of Rust Belt of Western Germany, the Ruhr area near Essen, where, big mining country, where working class votes traditionally have gone to the Social Democrats. It is a bit like the north of England, a Labour voting, Social Democratic voting area. And there was the beginning of a movement of Social Democrats towards, working class voters towards the far right. And I spoke to this guy who was a miner, son of a miner, grandson of a miner, who had joined the SPD, the Social Democratic Party, aged 18, who had joined the Union, aged 22. This was his story, this was his dad's story, and his grandfather's story. But in 2016, in the middle of this migration crisis in Germany, as you know, took over 1 million migrants from Syria and Afghanistan, mostly Muslim countries, which created a lot of strain on public services. And in areas like Essen, where this guy was living and working in the last existing mine at the time, this created huge strain. And him and a bunch of fellow Social Democrats in the party made this an issue and actually planned a protest saying the north of Essen, this is the part of Essen that was the working class part, as opposed to the south, which is slightly more affluent, the north is full. The Social Democratic Party banned this protest, saying you can't say that, that's just not okay. And they all left the party and went to the AfD. At the time when I interviewed him, shortly after this, he predicted that if Angela Merkel managed to convince the Social Democrats to go into a coalition with her again for a third time, he didn't think they would, because he thought this would basically be suicide, the AfD would become the second strongest party in the country. It was a wild prediction. Nobody believed it could possibly be true. But of course, we all know today this is exactly what has happened. Lo and behold, Friedrich Merz, the new, very likely chancellor, conservative chancellor of Germany, is doing it again. He's going again into a coalition with the Social Democrats. Guido Reil, this guy, working class miner, I went back to talk to him just before this recent election, saying, okay, next election, we're going to be in government. So what we're seeing is the erosion on left and right in the center. Because yes, there was a movement to the right in the last election, but no, there really wasn't a big movement towards the center-right. The center-right had its second worst historic result. They came in at below 29%. So that's just a little bit better than the 25% that they got in the last election. But it's pathetic. They're nowhere. The AfD is now at 20%. The Social Democrats are at 16%. So what we're seeing is a kind of a fracturing and a realignment, a political realignment. And what I'm hearing from people who are increasingly voting for the AfD, they're saying on the immigration issue, the burden is falling disproportionately on working class people, in places where housing is tight, in places where public services are strained, where school places are rare, where already the schools are very majority non-German, from non-German backgrounds. So, it is a difficult issue. It's very easy for liberal progressives to say, you should be welcoming to migrants when they themselves are not actually suffering that burden. So this is sort of my analysis of the situation, that the center does not hold because the center has lost its sort of moral compass and it's lost its identity on both sides of the divide.
So I mean, you're identifying a theme that we've seen here and other countries around Europe have seen, and you look at what's going on in Argentina. I mean, around the world, you get disenfranchised people moving to extremist positions. So the challenge for the centre-right is how do you get them back? What are the policy issues you've got to address? Because, I mean, you've touched on your minor in the German Rust Belt. I mean, the German energy policy over the last decade or so has been completely anti-old industry. Of course, it had its problematic relationship with Russia as a consequence. And the German energy sector is now in a very difficult place. That's just one issue. And then you've mentioned, we've talked about migration. We've got economic stagnation throughout a lot of the developed world. And, you know, we don't have much time, but I think, you know, to wrap this up, we need to think, you know, what are the policies that centre-right parties can realistically adopt that will bring these disenfranchised people back behind them and stop them going to the AfD, to reform, etc. You know, are there policy platforms that are realistic and attainable? You know, climate change, net zero, these sort of things that you know will meet modern targets and address the concerns of disadvantaged.
Should I quickly come back? I mean, so one thing I would say, Angela Merkel, you know, until 2010, Germany was the world leader in solar energy. So, you know, there was an opportunity there to be what China is today, and the conservatives in Germany missed that boat. So, I mean, there are, I mean, we don't want to dwell too much on the past, but I'm just saying there are opportunities to create jobs. I don't think we should, you know, demonize net zero, and we shouldn't support old industries that are bound to fail, because the future is the green transition, and we just have to get with it because China's already there.
But this is what's causing many people to go to extremist parties, because they feel left behind by this, and their jobs are disappearing as a consequence.
Yes, so I think the challenge is, and this is something I really think is very important. You know, voters aren't stupid. Even uneducated voters aren't stupid. And I think intellectual honesty is really important here. So just because voters are telling you, we don't like immigrants, you shouldn't just follow and say, okay, therefore we're going to go to net zero immigration. Because let's face it, I mean, Germany, the economy is in a terrible state. Net growth is actually, growth is flat over the last 5 years. This is the so-called engine of Europe. I mean, it's really in trouble right now after it lost access to cheap Russian gas and to sort of the Chinese export market to the extent that it used to have it. So, you know, we need to be intellectually honest and say that growth situation would be even worse without immigration. You know, what I sense among voters, people feel demographic anxiety. You know, we are, as a continent, walking into a future where we are shrinking. You know, by 2040, 60% of the world's population will live in Africa. Europe is shrinking. We cannot credibly promise voters economic growth and zero immigration. It's not honest. So we can promise them zero immigration, but that means we're going to have extremely slow growth. The NHS in this country and the healthcare services in other countries are not going to be operational, and life is going to become extremely expensive. But we have to address the challenges of economic growth.
Okay, so you're on, John.
I think,
I'm sure you've got some very profound views on this.
Let me first of all say that, because I agree with Catherine about this being a system of fracturing across the system. In fact, I remember writing when the 2014 European election occurred that this was then happening mainly on the left in that first election, but writing it's going to hit the right too. Now, what we have to realize here, one of the advantages of being so elderly that you become distinguished as a journalist is that you remember things that other people have read about. Now, I covered politics from the US for the Telegraph for a large chunk of the beginning of the 80s. And I can tell you that the kind of rhetoric that is now used about Trump was used about Reagan then. He was a dangerous figure. He was a far far-right Californian politics, all of these things. And of course we know that what had happened was the American people, the spectrum of opinion had shifted. He represented this new opinion, and the spectrum of political power in Washington was at a different point. And I think quite a lot of what we've been saying on the platform does not recognize the fact that when you have a new spectrum of opinion in the voters, it's going to show up eventually in the people they vote for. And that is what has happened. Now, what does the spectrum represent in terms of policy that we have to adapt, so to speak, gradually or quickly, and it will differ in different countries, to the spectrum on the ground? Well, I think the first is they want more democratic control of all of these decisions. They're unhappy about the removing political power from parliaments and vesting it in a remote city where it's almost impossible for parties to campaign on policies because they can't guarantee to repeal bad laws or to succeed in introducing new laws. There is this sense of dissociation from that kind of politics. And the same kind of thing is seen in the United States. Originally, it centered around the powers of the Supreme Court, less so today because of what's happened. But that may happen again. But of course, if you read the newspapers about what the judge who heads the sentencing committee said, he actually rebuked the Justice Secretary and the Lord Chancellor for thinking she had a right to intervene in the question of whether or not there should be two-tier justice in sentencing. There is a real anger in people against that kind of thing in all countries. And that's why we see parties which say, we will govern as you vote. The first thing they have to do is get the power to govern from the institutions to which power has leaked without people noticing. And that means on a whole series of things. But I would say immigration is one. We could argue about the economics of immigration. That's a separate and important matter. I would say the euro was one as well, because it inflicted enormous damage on Mediterranean Europe and caused an enormous number of financial crises because they wouldn't adopt the commonsensical policy of a two-tier euro. Some good things are two-tier. And we could look at gender theory. We could look at the power, the claim that teachers and the state should have more control of their children's education and lives. People essentially... on the way here, my taxi driver was complaining about the fact that the government now lays down the rules for what people can eat. Now, that's when you get people complaining about that kind of thing, you know that certain kind of power has shifted in the wrong direction. And what we on the right have to do is to create a party, and I think it will be one of the two parties we're talking about here, and probably an amalgam of two. But we won't know, because for the next 3 years, they're going to be fighting by-election battles against each other, and only when they know the balance of popular opinion will any kind of negotiation become possible, and probably only then it will only be an electoral pact. A unity party is a long way down the list, but it can be done, as Canada showed, and of course politics doesn't end at that point. Things happen in the real world which persuade parties to shift positions they've adopted. And that's you're suggesting that has just happened in Canada, and I agree with you. I think the greatest beneficiary of what's happened in Canada lately from Trump is, of course, at the moment, Mark Carney. I would differ, by the way. I think that provided the election is not held tomorrow, I think Polevra will actually win, because people are going to wake up to the fact that Mark Carney is saying to the people, my father beat you with whips, but I will beat you with whips and scorpions. And that is not a winning issue. I'm sorry, I've spoken too long.
Fine. So Bruno, in your country, there's a lot of discontent about migration. There have been demonstrations recently on this. There's a lot of discontent about falling living standards. I mean, these are issues that have caused enormous tumult around the world. I mean, how does Portugal stand on this? Where's Portugal going?
I don't want to say it's going well, because that always sounds callous to people that are not doing so well, but the country is growing much faster than Germany or the UK. Compare the numbers in Portugal and UK. There is some worries about immigration, but about a year ago, an Afghan refugee killed 3 women because they were inappropriately dressed, and they were their teachers, his teachers. And the reaction generally in the country was to say, oh, this is a terrible individual story. I didn't see anyone argue that other Afghan refugees had anything to do with this. So the debate is quite rational and quite restrained. I'm encouraged by that. Let me just very quickly say 2 things on why I think things are really, really bad. And then if I have time, what could be done. But I think they're worse for the center-right than the center-left, to your point. The center-left is not doing well electorally, but they're not seeing the opposite, the exact opposite of what they've always said before. They haven't turned 180 degrees. Look, I actually have been to the U.S. since the election, not since the inauguration, and I talked to some people at a couple of universities. They told me how afraid they are. And this is something you hear all the time now, that people are afraid of saying something, of talking about something. So it's not normal, and it won't go back to normal for a long time. More recently, I was in Pakistan, and I asked the audience, giving a talk, I asked the audience, imagine the following story happened in Pakistan. The wealthiest man in the country takes over a shadowy organization that has access to all the business records, knows everything about what the competitors are doing, and starts, without any kind of accountability and control, to make decisions, to fire people, to reorganize contracts. What would people all over the world say about Pakistan? Well, now it's really finished. Now it's really a basket case. This is what's happening in the US. And conservatives that have always stood for the rule of law, for accountability, now are applauding this. I mean, I've seen many conservatives over and over again in conferences like this saying that Doge is a great idea. And I think maybe here in the UK, there may be people in the conservative parties saying that you need a Doge here as well. But what Doge is the complete betrayal of every conservative principle. But it's being applied by the Republican Party against the courts at this point. So I think the situation is very close to irreparable for what we used to call conservatism. It's doing a little better in Portugal, by the way.
Fine. Mackie, final word from you on how we save American conservatism.
I don't want to lay out a policy platform because I think that there are a number of different policy avenues a center-right party could follow to try to take back power, win back popular support. What I will say is that a lot of this, and this goes to Katherine's point, a lot of this comes back to competent governance. Look at the first decade of this century from an American's standpoint. It began with September 11th, was shaped by the launch of 2 multi-decade wars, and ended with the financial crisis that ushered in the Great Recession, right? That was the first decade of the 21st century in America, just absolutely defined by elite establishment failure, right? Then you look at the decade that followed it. The most memorable thing that happened was right at the end with a pandemic that was mishandled at every level, led to widespread distrust in scientific authorities, government authorities, and I think there's a growing body of literature that shows that an entire generation of young Americans was pushed to the right as a result. I think there's evidence that it's happened in Europe as well. I think that for center-right or center-left, center parties in general to prove an effective adversary to the far right, they have to get better at governing. They just have to stop making massively consequential policy blunders that lose the trust of voters and lead to these populist backlashes. And once we start seeing competent governance, we can see the beginnings of an effective combating of these far-right parties.
Thank you. Nigel, I think we'll give the final word to you, so we have to wrap up in a minute.
I'll go very quickly. I don't know what... in terms of what policies...
John here is predicting a Conservative victory in your elections.
Well, no, just in terms of what policies might help the centre right. I think I've lived in the UK for 10 or 11 years now, mostly under a Conservative government that basically rose the minimum wage much faster than general wage, put up taxes and business rates, put in a net zero policy, pretended it didn't have costs, ran down the defense establishment pretty dramatically, interfered in our lives, told us what we could and couldn't eat and where snacks could be located in grocery stores. I just think an untried and possibly successful approach for the centre-right would be to do what it stood up for a long time and what it supposedly believes in, which is limited government, lower taxes, free markets. I just think we should try that.
Well, on that positive note... Well, you preempted me. I just want to say a warm round of applause for our panel here. I think we've covered a lot of ground, and I think we know what needs to be done. It's just how we do it. Anyway, thank you very much to our panel. Right.
I think it was on this side. So this is primarily for Isabel, yeah? Yeah, this is exactly for Isabel, yeah. Yeah, chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to Con and all the panelists. I'm glad to see you have your headphones. Hopefully they will work. If not, translations will be available after the show. Of all the panel speeches and discussions today, this may be the one I'm most excited about, with all due apologies to Kemi, because our next speaker proves that we in Britain know absolutely nothing about politics. We think politicians from the right can't win in big cities like London. Our next speaker won in Madrid in 2019 and won by an even bigger margin in 2023. We think politicians on the centre-right can't beat populists, especially if they're politicians who talk positively about migration. She did. We think politicians can't cut taxes. She has. We think you can't offer people choice. She has reformed healthcare and education to break up public sector monopolies and won re-election after doing so. We think you have to protect people from themselves. She kept Madrid open during the pandemic and has made freedom one of her key principles. We think, despite our best efforts, you can't grow. She has helped turn Madrid into one of the great growth engines in Europe. In fact, is here to partly to speak to investors about what a wonderful place it is and why they should be there rather than here, and not just because of the weather. Speaking on the themes of conservatism and liberalism and what she thinks we can learn from her success and the success of the centre-right in Spain, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honour to introduce one of the most successful and most interesting politicians in Europe. As mentioned, the only thing she can't do is deliver a keynote speech fluently to several hundred people in a foreign language. So if you'll please put on your headphones for the translation, and I cannot stress enough that we will want the headphones back afterwards. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Isabel Díaz-Ayuso, President of the Community of Madrid.
Director General del Centro de Estudios Políticos, Elliot Mears. Consejera de Economía, Hacienda y Empleo de la Comunidad de Madrid, Rocío Albert. Robert Colville, gracias por tu presentación. Autoridades, representantes del mundo empresarial y político, medios de comunicación, señoras y señores. Como presidenta de la Comunidad de Madrid, es un verdadero honor compartir con ustedes algunas reflexiones aquí en el Centro de Estudios Políticos de Londres. Por eso me gustaría comenzar agradeciendo a Elliot Mears y a Robert Colville su esfuerzo por hacerlo posible. Como saben, el Centro de Estudios Políticos fue fundado en 1974 por Sir Keith Joseph, Alfred Sherman y Margaret Thatcher, con objeto de defender el liberalismo en Gran Bretaña. Dear friends, thank you very much for honouring me as the first Spaniard ever to be invited to talk here at the CPS. For these last years, first as a candidate and then as a regional president for the Partido Popular, I have advocated for the need of our centre-right party to become the Casa Común, the common house of conservatives, liberals, Demo-Christians, and all those who believe in freedom, prosperity, and respect for human life, who love Spain, the West, and the rule of law. Something similar to the common ground proposed by Margaret Thatcher and Keith Joseph. Today, I intend to talk to you about the core of ideas around which we are building this project in Madrid, el liberalismo a la española, liberalism, the Spanish way. ¿Cómo hemos llegado hasta aquí? Esta fue la pregunta que hice públicamente hace unos años, viendo el avance de la ultraizquierda, la argentinización de la política española y el retroceso de la democracia liberal. Háganos caso, venimos del futuro, nos decían nuestros amigos que venían de Hispanoamérica, huyendo de sus países, donde el socialismo y la demagogia les habían arrebatado la libertad, la prosperidad y, por último, su propio país. Desde entonces he denunciado la que llamé la estrategia de la carcoma. El gobierno socialista y sus socios comunistas e independentistas han ido colonizando las instituciones, la universidad, la educación básica y secundaria, los medios, las empresas públicas, los consejos de administración de las privadas, han puesto comisarios políticos, lo habían llenado todo de su manipulación del lenguaje y de la realidad. Había que empezar a hablar claro, a devolver a la gente las ganas, la fe en España, en sus proyectos de vida y en el futuro. Denunciar cada abuso, cada mentira, cada trampa y ofrecer un proyecto común al que pudieran sumarse todos, para que diéramos la mejor versión de nosotros mismos en torno a una vida, a una forma de ver la vida libre, alegre, valiente. Esa forma de ver la vida es el liberalismo a la española que defiendo y pongo en práctica. Quizás le extrañe a alguno, pero el término liberal nació en España. Por eso en inglés se dice también en español liberal. El problema es que luego el término liberal no ha tenido buena suerte en la lengua inglesa. A veces ha perdido su verdadero sentido. Incluso significa dos cosas distintas a ambos lados del Atlántico. En los Estados Unidos significa algo parecido a progresista o de izquierdas. Aquí, en Gran Bretaña, liberal significa también varias cosas, pero sobre todo significa liberalismo económico. Y en lo moral social, ser liberal en Gran Bretaña es creer en el individuo frente al Estado, en maximizar su utilidad y apoyar el aborto, la eutanasia o la legalización de las drogas. Fíjense el problema. El llamado liberalismo económico se disocia del político y parecen de repente incompatibles. ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Puede el liberalismo a la española superar esta brecha? Es esencial que el término liberal vuelva a estar asociado a la verdad, a la palabra verdad. La convicción de que la verdad os hará libres es uno de los pilares fundacionales de Occidente. El liberalismo se ha desvirtuado casi sin darse cuenta. Y por eso hoy vengo a reivindicar el liberalismo a la española, el original, el genuino, el que se forja durante siglos y que hoy, en Madrid, hacemos realidad. Para el propio Cervantes, ser liberal es ser valiente y generoso, es labrarse uno su propia fortuna. Uno podía entregar la vida y la hacienda, pero nunca la libertad ni el honor, porque son de cada persona por el solo hecho de haber nacido en cualquier parte del mundo, con dinero o sin él, en cualquier rango social, porque todos somos hijos de Dios. Esto nos da algo esencial, el libre albedrío. Estos conceptos serán patrimonio de cualquier español. De hecho, eran los valores sobre los que se edificó la cristiandad, que fue el núcleo primero de Occidente. Y estos conceptos contienen las claves para entender qué es ser liberal a la española, que libertad, responsabilidad, valentía y verdad son indisociables y son misión personal, la misión de cada vida y de la historia. Un gran médico, intelectual y político español, Gregorio Marañón, dijo que ser liberal significa vivir según un doble principio, estar dispuesto a entenderse con quien piensa diferente y que el fin nunca justifica los medios. Por eso el liberal cree en la ley, nuestra admirable transición española de la dictadura a la democracia, que se hizo de la ley a la ley pasando por la ley. El liberal cree en la Constitución, que es la ley de leyes, en el Estado de Derecho, en la seguridad jurídica y en la separación de poderes. Defendemos la legitimidad, que es el justo título para hacer algo, que la vida personal es mucho más importante que la vida política, que la política siempre ha de estar al servicio de la persona y no al revés. Estos principios nacen con Occidente, que es la forma de entender la vida hija de Grecia, de Roma, lo judeocristiano y lo germano, la forma de ver la vida que España defendió durante siglos, incluso en su propio suelo, la que llevamos al Nuevo Mundo. Nuestra historia nos avala, desde las Cortes de León, las primeras del mundo, en 1188, pasando por el Concilio de Trento, que declaró que los indios eran personas, las leyes de Indias, el primer código de derechos humanos de la historia, las Cortes de Cádiz de 1812 y la Constitución liberal, la transición. El liberalismo es la articulación política de la libertad y esta se consigue mediante la ley. Por eso es esencial al liberalismo el cómo y el cuándo, porque al liberalismo le es esencial encontrar la razón, buscar la verdad, convencer y no manipular. Hoy el mundo se llena de quienes quieren hacerlo todo sin contemplaciones. Hartos de las políticas woke, que no eran más que otro disfraz más del comunismo, no podemos olvidarnos de que liberales, conservadores y el centroderecha en general debemos tener en el Estado de Derecho y el respeto a las instituciones nuestra brújula. Si hacemos demagogia, alimentamos guerracivilismos, mentimos, apelamos a los sentimientos, al miedo, o se nos deja de entender, nos habremos vuelto como ellos, como aquellos cuyas ideas combatimos. Que no se nos olvide, tenemos un proyecto capaz de entusiasmar que defiende lo mejor que hemos logrado en muchos siglos de historia. Combatimos las mentiras de la izquierda, pero queremos la España, la Gran Bretaña o la Europa de todos. Hemos venido a unir, a recuperar el sentido de la realidad, a dar esperanza sin mentir ni manipular. Somos aquellos en quienes la gente puede confiar. Una brújula, un faro en mitad de tanta confusión. Los que no tenemos miedo a apelar al trabajo duro, al esfuerzo, a decir que el camino no será fácil, pero que merece la pena, frente a los que prometen que en la vida todo es gratis total. Es fundamental que recordemos todo esto en el mundo de hoy. Insisto que estos son los fundamentos del liberalismo: la libertad, la verdad, la humanidad, Occidente, la responsabilidad, el valor y la alegría. Hace poco, cierto feminismo malentendido gritaba: quiero ser libre, no valiente. Y no puede haber menos liberal que este eslogan, porque no hay mayor mentira. Para todo lo valioso en la vida hace falta valor. El cobarde acaba por no vivir y vive preso de su miedo. Al ejercer la libertad, uno se juega la vida en los dos sentidos: el de los riesgos que corre y en el sentido de que la vida misma ha de ser libre para ser propia, personal, humana, verdadera. El Papa que más ha hecho porque más personas en el mundo se libraran del totalitarismo y vivieran en una democracia liberal, Juan Pablo II, arrancó su papado con este mensaje: no tengáis miedo. Aquella invitación a ser valientes en mitad de la Guerra Fría, de un hombre que había padecido tanto el fascismo como el comunismo, lo cambió todo. Líderes como Reagan siguieron ese camino y se derribó el muro de Berlín y el mundo libre ganó la Guerra Fría. La ganamos. Por eso, ahora nos tiene desconcertados, muy preocupados, que estemos renunciando a esa victoria, a los valores que nos llevaron a la esperanza. ¿Qué nos pasa? ¿Por qué quienes lideraron aquel momento maravilloso han dejado de apelar a la libertad, a Occidente, a la verdad, al valor y a la alegría? ¿Por qué? Al mismo tiempo, hay fuerzas políticas muy poderosas que intentan que el miedo nos gobierne. El miedo al otro, que es el nacionalismo, el miedo a la realidad, que son las drogas y la huida hacia otros mundos virtuales y adicciones, el miedo a la libertad, que son las dictaduras, la censura, el miedo al pluralismo político y a la democracia liberal, el miedo a la libertad de empresa, a la propiedad privada y a la libre competencia, el miedo a la propia historia, que se borra y se suplanta, o el miedo incluso a las mujeres, a la maternidad, al futuro. El terror y el terrorismo como ideología política llevan siendo el azote de la humanidad desde hace un siglo. Y sí, la clave también es el miedo. No hay dictadura que no use el miedo, la persecución, hasta incluso pervertir los mecanismos del Estado y usarlos de forma ilegítima contra la alternativa política. Por eso algunos vemos cómo quieren meternos el miedo en el cuerpo a los que en España defendemos la libertad y la vida, el Estado de Derecho, la separación de poderes, la verdad de la historia, la seguridad jurídica, la Constitución y el respeto a las instituciones. Van contra nosotros, contra nuestras familias, contra cualquiera que nos apoye. Es un aviso a cada uno de nosotros y a cualquiera que piense en meterse en política. Se llega al extremo de normalizar el crimen y criminalizar la vida normal. Es decir, que quienes cometen los peores delitos son encumbrados y quienes los denuncian son los perseguidos. Quien basa su vida en el abuso y la mentira es aplaudido. Quien se resiste a silenciarlo es el que estorba. Así también es como se ha politizado la vida real, para que lo artificialmente y lo creado ideológicamente se imponga sobre la verdad. La ley y la realidad, la verdad, el acuerdo y la concordia son esenciales para el liberal. Y por eso los enemigos de la libertad lo son del Estado de Derecho y de la seguridad jurídica. Alimentan la discordia, las luchas de clases, el guerracivilismo. Pero no hay libertad sin ley. La propia democracia sin ley es una cueva de ladrones. La ley es la mayor, mejor y más transparente manifestación del diálogo de todos. Es en el Parlamento donde con luz y taquígrafos se habla y se decide con reglas. La ley es la garante de la democracia liberal, del gobierno de la mayoría con respecto a las minorías, en alternancia, en continuidad histórica. Y por eso los totalitarios buscan suplantar o denigrar los parlamentos. Pero la libertad se defiende ejerciéndola. De ahí que sean esenciales el valor, vencer el miedo y la responsabilidad personal. Ortega defendía que vivir es elegir y por eso decía que somos forzosamente libres y el que no elige ya han elegido que decidan otros por él. Decía también que elegir tiene la misma raíz que elegante. Elegante es el que elige bien. Recordemos que ser liberal significa creer que el fin no justifica los medios. El cómo importa tanto como el qué. Y de ahí que liberal siga siempre los procedimientos que marca la ley y crea que las formas son muy importantes. El decoro político, el respeto por las instituciones. Por eso, el vivir liberal es elegante. Es un vivir bien elegido. No es el que hace cualquier cosa de cualquier manera. Como ven, igual ahora se entiende mejor cómo la libertad va de la mano de la responsabilidad y que la libertad no es individual, sino personal. Tampoco es colectiva, sino social, y por eso muy poco socialista. No es natural ni biológica, sino biográfica e histórica. Es decir, la libertad es humana y libre. Enfrentan al Estado con el individuo, la propiedad con los impuestos y los servicios públicos, el individuo con la sociedad, lo público con lo privado, al individuo con la familia. Por eso prefiero referirme a la persona mejor que al individuo. Una realidad mucho más rica y verdadera, no material ni numérica. Como persona no se me entiende sin mi condición de mujer, mi familia, mis amigos, mi ciudad, mi patria, mis deberes, mi fe o la ausencia de ella, mi libertad responsable. Cuando se reduce todo esto al individuo, se abre la puerta a un terrible caballo de Troya, el egoísmo, el materialismo, el aislamiento y la ceguera. Porque la vida humana personal no está escrita, no está determinada, es incierta, es una aventura. La historia nos necesita a cada uno, nuestra familia, nuestra profesión, nuestro mundo. Por eso toda vida humana tiene pleno sentido y es única, insustituible. Ahora se entiende mejor por qué el totalitarismo, que significa que la política lo invade todo, que todo es político, es lo contrario de lo liberal. El totalitarismo es un monstruo de tres cabezas, el nacionalismo, el comunismo y el fascismo. También por eso, la fiebre por la identidad, que es la última vuelta de tuerca de lo natural, del biologicismo materialista, es tampoco liberal, porque no hay dos personas idénticas, ni nada está escrito. Ahora se comprende que las drogas sean la mayor renuncia a lo irrenunciable, la libertad. Igual se entiende por qué son las mayores aliadas de los tiranos en el mundo. La libertad es una, como la verdad que la hace posible. La libertad es un sistema. Si cae una, caen todas. Por eso no digo las libertades en plural, sino la libertad en singular. No puede haber eso que llaman libertad económica si no la hay de expresión, por ejemplo, o la personal que nos arrebatan las drogas. Necesitamos conceptos claros y convicción verdadera, porque la neolengua ha sido el arma de la ultraizquierda para minar la convivencia, la educación, las artes y hacernos dudar incluso de nuestras convicciones más profundas. Y ven ustedes que este liberalismo a la española no es en modo alguno incompatible con el conservadurismo verdadero, el que hace bandera de la responsabilidad, de la sensatez, del respeto por la persona y la realidad, y, por tanto, el que apuesta por el reformismo. Por eso apelamos a reunirnos en la casa común de la democracia liberal, del centro-derecha. El totalitarismo busca la revolución, destruir la realidad e imponerle a todos la misma, siervos todos de una ideología. Nosotros queremos la reforma, desde el respeto por la realidad. Trabajamos por mejorarla por medios legítimos. En Madrid hacemos cada día posible este liberalismo genuino, este liberalismo a la española, y lo conseguimos creyendo en las personas, tratándolas como adultos responsables, dejándolas que sean ellas mismas, ayudando a que las condiciones permitan esa vida liberal, valiente, generosa, alegre. Los mejores servicios públicos, la colaboración público-privada, el respeto a la propiedad, el apoyo a quienes arriesgan su patrimonio y el de sus hijos, el cuidado de la familia y de la maternidad, la seguridad jurídica y en las calles, los impuestos bajos, el control del exceso de burocracia, la apertura al mercado y la competencia, el no dejar a nadie atrás, el estar al servicio de España, de la hispanidad, de Europa y de Occidente, y el ser la segunda casa de todos los que buscan libertad y prosperidad. Esa es nuestra forma liberal de hacer política. Por eso, nuestra respuesta a la pregunta ¿libertad para qué? Es siempre la misma. Libertad para vivir. Muchas gracias. Thank you to all.
Thank you all very much. There will now be another break. Again, please leave your headphones on the tables. And after which I will be back with Professor Sir Neil Ferguson and George Osborne to get their views on everything that you might want to hear about. So if you could please be back in your seats by 22, that would be great. Thank you. 22. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats. Thank you very much. We'll be starting in a minute's time.
Just come through.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, or we'll just start without you. Thank you. You can go on the right or the left.
Do you want to go in the middle?
No, I'll go on the side. So. Okay.
That's kind of crowded.
Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully this thing. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to start talking. So if you could please take your seats. Otherwise, yep. Thank you so much. For our next panel, I am honoured to be joined by two people who last shared a stage, I think, at this very venue 6 years ago, back when everything was wonderful and lovely and we'd never heard of COVID or Partygate or Donald Trump's second term. I mean, they really don't need any introduction, but George Osborne is obviously former Chancellor of the Exchequer, now one of the country's part of the only thing in this country which is growing, which is the podcasting sector, in particularly the two middle-aged politicians talking to each other. Part of the, but his podcast is award-winning and excellent, and I will resist the temptation to break off 20 minutes in to advertise British Airways to make him feel at home. Professor Sir Neil Ferguson is one of Britain's leading historians, possibly even the leading political historian, a public intellectual. I'm not sure what his view is on that phrase, but writes for the Times and the Free Press. Recently managed to get into a Twitter war with the Vice President of the United States and the richest man in the world at the same time over his disgraceful proposition that Ukraine was invaded by Russia and is not the bad guy in this situation. Obviously, there will be a lot of Trump talk coming up, but ideally, we can also talk more broadly about the state of the centre-right and the Conservative Party reform and what else you think. So, but let me start with a more broad question. And by the way, I'd really like the two of you to talk to each other and just leave me out of it so I can catch up on my emails. George, the two of you used to be pretty close. I mean, Neil, you've said you...
We still are.
Yes.
Are we?
But
is it all over?
Well, let's see in an hour's time.
Yeah. I mean, Neil, you said you voted for Brexit, although you regret that decision because of...
No, he voted Remain.
So he voted Remain.
I voted then he regretted it, and now he probably thinks he did the right thing. Yeah.
This is a myth, actually, that I regretted it.
We've got off to a good start.
This is a myth put about by Andrew Roberts, mostly. All I ever said was that we lost and it was time to move on and that you couldn't relitigate Brexit. But George and I were entirely on the same side, and some of you may want to boo at this point. But I supported the Remain campaign, partly because I was not convinced at all by our mutual friend Dan Hannon's economic arguments for leave. And I remember making the decision on the basis of reading all that he'd written about it and concluding that I wasn't persuaded. So I'm an economic historian. I think about things in economic ways. And my feeling at that time, back in the distant days of 2016, was that it would be more costly than beneficial. And I still think that's true, but we lost. And having lost, and I think we lost because non-economic arguments prevailed, the correct position was to accept that, as one is taught to accept defeat. And as a Scotsman, I'm very accustomed to accepting defeat.
They probably exhibited William Wallace's body in this building at some point. Actually, it's not a bad starting point, because I think one of the challenges for the Conservative Party, which obviously I care deeply about and gave me, the best years of my career, and it's actually fantastic to be here with the CPS, who I got so many good ideas from over the years I was active in politics. See, I think one of the things the Conservative Party did, both at the sort of Brexit vote, though of course 2/3 of Conservative MPs voted Remain and the majority of the cabinet and whatever voted Remain, but the most sort of credible Brexity argument in that referendum was, we don't think this will be better for the economy, but we value other things. We value our sovereignty, we value control of our borders. That was, if you listen to the most intelligent of the Brexit arguments, it was that. It wasn't a claim that Britain would be economically better off. It was in some ways a way of kind of trying to take the sting out of the economic argument which I was running as the Chancellor at the time. And I think if you look at the Conservative Party's story ever since that 2016 vote, it's often not put business and the economy first. And I think that's been one of its big challenges and remains a big challenge today. So the campaign that won sort of saw big business as part of the blob or the people they had defeated, and the business organisations were dismissed in the same way as the kind of trade unions and the civil service. This was the establishment that these insurgents had beaten. And then you get to the actual kind of Theresa May Parliament and Boris's election. And again, every attempt to put an economic argument for staying in the single market, which Dan Hannan used to advocate, staying in the customs union, which had never been aired during the campaign, was relegated in pursuit of something purer, which was sovereignty and parliamentary control. And so again, the economy took second place. Then you get to the 2019 election, and what is the Conservative Party's central election message other than get Brexit done? It's, we're going to spend more money on police officers, more money on hospitals, right? 40 more hospitals, all about inputs and public expenditure. You then get to COVID, and for very understandable reasons, you want to protect the population through that period. And business, by the way, during this period is told to F off. Right? And at each stage of the Conservative story, business is not regarded as the most important thing. The economy is not the number one issue until suddenly it is, but by this point it's late in the Parliament and it's close to election. We'll probably come and talk about it, the quasi-Kwarteng mini-budget.
And even when you get to the kind of general election campaign in last year, the message is still around immigration control. I'm not saying it's not important, stop the boats, but where's the big economic message? And I think fundamentally, if you've gone back to the 1970s and the CPS and its work with Margaret Thatcher in opposition, at the heart of it was an economic message. There were lots of other important things in society, but if I was trying to rebuild the opposition, I would start with an economic message.
And of course, Trump's message was actually one about living standards as much as anything else.
Well, if you want to understand how Donald Trump got a second term, it's really quite simple. The Biden administration, or Biden-Harris administration as they used to call it, made a huge blunder that led to 9% inflation by the summer of 2022. And they threw open the southern border so that net 8 million people arrived in the United States, more or less all of them illegally. And so that was it. That was really a sufficient explanation for Trump's victory. As is often the case, the victor overinterprets the result and concludes that, in fact, he has a mandate for all 36 of the very radical policy proposals that the Trump campaign published. They published them in video format. You can get Donald Trump to lay out his position on any issue you like. Go back to the campaign website, it's all there. But the voters saw none of those videos because the Harris campaign decided to ignore the content of Trump's campaign. They entirely ignored the content, and they tried to go after the character of Donald Trump. At first, they tried to say that he was Hitler, and once again, as in 2016-17, the voters weren't buying. Then they did lawfare, and that actually completely backfired in a way that was predictable. But they didn't actually go against the things that Trump proposed to do. So the result was that he got elected for those two economic reasons, inflation and migration, and the radical things that Trump intended to do were barely discussed. Now we're shocked to find that Donald Trump is a protectionist, as if he hasn't been telling us that since 1987.
He took out a full-page advert in the New York Times that year.
He did. He's also consistently argued that our American allies are essentially free riders. He's made that argument since the mid-1980s. And so to act shocked when Trump comes in and does tariffs and beats up on American allies is, I think, a little ingenuous. But the explanation is straightforward. The problem for the Trump administration is that, in some ways, the Biden-Harris administration set them up to fail. And it set them up to fail in a couple of interesting ways. First, the fiscal recklessness of the preceding 4 years has created not only a debt-to-GDP ratio north of 100%, highest it's been since after World War II, but a deficit in excess of 6% of GDP at full employment. That is a huge fiscal mess that it will be extremely difficult for Scott Bessent to clear up as Treasury Secretary, even without all that Trump is doing on trade. The second problem was, and I think I see Sahil Matani in the audience, he pointed this out to me, one reason we did not have a recession, which every economist predicted, in the United States in 2023 or 2024, was that 8 million people were added to the workforce. And they not only were illegal immigrants, they were almost immediately absorbed into the US workforce. And that was one of the reasons the GDP growth surprised to the upside. You stop that, and we have stopped that, and it was stopped even before Trump was sworn in, you are going to have a significant supply-side shock. So the Trump predicament was already tricky economically, even before he decided to do full trade war. Full trade war makes it even tougher. Because we're now looking at, just going back to George's point, it's the economy. If you take Trump literally, and it's always quite a good idea to do that, as well as seriously, you could either take the average tariff rate back to where it was in 1943, that's if you kept the 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, or you could go back to 1937 if you fully follow through on the idea of reciprocal tariffs, which we'll find out about on April the 2nd. These are hugely disruptive shocks to the US economy and to the economy of its trading partners. It's very hard to find anybody on Wall Street who thinks this is a good idea. And it's very easy to find people who say, you know, we were glad Trump won, but this is crazy. Because this is going to be so disruptive, it creates so much uncertainty that nobody can make an investment decision. And that trade policy uncertainty was something that people underestimated prior to Trump's re-election. Then they underestimated it right up to the inauguration. I'll say one last thing. What happened under Biden and Harris was unsustainable. And she would have been a disastrous president. It was not a difficult decision to vote for Donald Trump if the choice was Trump or Harris. The vibe shift, the mood swing that happened in the US after the election results came through was nationwide, very powerful, unmistakable. Because people generally agreed that what the progressive wing of the Democratic Party had been able to do with a senile president was mostly entirely unpalatable and unsustainable. So people got what they wanted. And you can see that in the fact that almost every demographic swung to Trump and away from the Democrats, with the exception of, I think it's single white women with cats. Everybody else moved to Trump. And I think what happened in the subsequent period after he was sworn in was in some measure the buyer's remorse problem, which is, we avoided the Harris presidency. And then people realized sometime in late January, mid-February, we have the second Trump term.
I mean, it's weird you to say that cat ladies swung Democrats. I mean, I think they'd have been worried about migrants eating the cats, which was apparently
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. But that was a very brilliant example of why Trump is an astonishing once-in-a-century political talent, because every expert person who watched the debate between him and Harris said that he was destroyed by her, that she had gone after him quite successfully as a prosecutor would. But all that anybody remembered 3 days later about that debate was, they're eating the pets, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. It was even set to music. My son played me all kinds of entertaining meme versions. That's modern politics. And it's worth saying, just in response to something George said, it is the economy. If you get that wrong, you will pay. And Trump will pay if he continues to get it wrong this year. They'll pay in the midterms next year. But you also have to combine economics with the new politics of the internet. There's only one person in the world who's really getting this right, Javier Milei. So Javier Milei is the real thing. He does Thatcherite economics. He's transforming Argentina. He's doing all the difficult things that the British Conservatives wouldn't do, that I don't think the American Republicans will do. He's tackled Argentina's unsustainable finances. But he's doing it with this incredibly intuitive grasp of how to sell politics in the 2020s, with memes, with videos, with slogans, and that's a remarkable thing, unique in the world.
So, George, I mean, this is something I was going to ask a bit later, but you were here last time the Conservative Party were in opposition. You were one of the people who led them out of the wilderness by effectively moving them closer to the centre, moving them closer to Tony Blair. You called him the master, I believe. Is that the same recipe today, or is Neil right that things have changed and the spirit of the age is not where it was?
Well, in some ways, it's an easier task today because Tony Blair had a 42% poll lead back then, not 14 or 4. And this Labour government have not taken to office with anything like the alacrity that Blair and Brown did back then, and by the way, sealed the deal with the entrepreneurial class by cutting CGT and cutting corporation tax. It was a really hard government to be in opposition to, and I was there as William Hague's political secretary and working for Michael Howard and then working with David Cameron. And I spent the first 9 years as an MP in opposition. And I remember something right when we started in opposition in 1997. John Howard, the then very successful Australian Prime Minister, came and saw William Hague, and I was like the little note-taker in the back of the room. And he said, you know what, the Conservatives will think that opposition's quite fun, They'll be enjoying it at the moment. That's the first year of opposition, and then the next year gets worse, and the year after gets worse, and the year after gets worse, and the year after gets worse. And then, I can see various familiar faces here in the first couple of rows of tables who were with us during that journey. Opposition is really hard and gets more and more depressing. And the Conservative Party has a really big mountain to climb. And despite the problems that the Labour government has, the truth is the Conservative Party got its worst results since 1832. Right? I mean, a historic defeat, right? A crashing historic defeat. And you have to kind of start, if you're the Conservative opposition, of thinking, where do I want to be at the next election? Not where do I need to be today and where do I need to be tomorrow? And there's huge pressure on the opposition leader, and I have a lot of sympathy for Kemi Badenoch on this. And she's trying to achieve something that hasn't been achieved since the 1970s, which is an opposition leader coming out of an election where their party's kicked into opposition and then they win 4 or 5 years later. That's not been achieved since then. If you think of all the Labour opposition leaders in the 80s and the Tory opposition leaders in the 90s and then the Labour opposition leaders again in the recent period. It's really hard to do it in one term, but you have to start with where do I want to be at the next election? And you have to show enormous resilience, and you have to hold your nerve and not worry about what people are saying about you today and tomorrow, because there will be lots of where's Kemi and why is she not saying anything, whatever. Everyone is going to know who the leader of the Conservative Party is come the election day in 4 or 5 years' time. The question is, what are they going to think about that person? And have they got the party onto the issues that are going to be relevant in that general election? And I'll give you, just because they're not going to be the things you necessarily hear at this conference, I'll give you, so the economy you will be talking about at this conference, right? And it's got to be front and centre. Whatever Labour does, people are not going to feel much better off at the end of this Parliament. That's now clear. So where is your economic plan to reassure people that you're not going to trash the economy, you're not going to have a repeat of the Liz Truss disaster, which has done enormous damage to the Conservative Party's reputation, not unlike Black Wednesday, back when I was in opposition, years earlier, and you keep saying, well, it's a totally different set of people, and what's it got to do with us? But Labour will keep coming back to it. So you've got to have your economic policy, and you've got to have some plan that's both reassuring and has some promise the upside. But I'll tell you 2 other things, which you won't hear in this conference. NHS, election after election that I fought and lost in opposition, we got hung on the NHS in the final weeks of the campaign. And you could argue even in 2010, one of the reasons we didn't get a majority was the attack from Labour that the Tories, if they get in, are going to destroy the NHS. They'll say the last time they were in, there was massive queues. You let these people in, they're going to cut spending, they're going to cut the NHS. And it took, David Cameron literally saying, my political priorities can be summed up in 3 letters, NHS, to reassure people. That is always one of the biggest obstacles to the Conservative Party coming back. And I'll tell you the other obstacle, and again, no one will want to hear it in this hall. There are 73 Liberal Democrat MPs. 73 Liberal Democrat MPs. And we did all sorts of things in the opposition from 2005 onwards, David became the leader, to try and win the Liberal Democrat voters over. Vote Blue, Go Green, hug the Liberal Democrats. Eric Pickles ran a brilliant campaign around that as our party chair at the time. But what people forget, because subsequently there was a coalition, that effort failed. In the 2010 election, the Liberal Democrats basically got the same number of seats as they had done 5 years earlier. A couple fewer, but basically the same. And our whole effort to win back Liberal Democrat marginals failed. Now, the one thing it had done, that campaign, was set us up actually to be in coalition with the Liberal Democrats. Because we had been saying the right kind of things, and they thought, we were their kind of people and so on. Something that ultimately in 2015 they learned to their cost we weren't. But you've got to, if you're sitting there and you're just thinking about how am I going to win, not how am I going to be a think tank or an opinion column in the Daily Telegraph, but how am I actually going to get this party into 10 Downing Street? What's your Liberal Democrat strategy? There's a lot of focus on your reform strategy, which I understand, and that's a bigger challenge than David had to face or the opposition leaders before him. So I have a lot of sympathy for that problem. We can come on and talk about it. But what's your Liberal Democrat policy? How are you going to get back 73 MPs? How are you going to make sure, if it's a hung parliament, that Ed Davey might put a Conservative leader into 10 Downing Street rather than a Labour leader. Create some optionality. And if you're like, we're not doing that, we don't want anything to do with these people, fine, but you are reducing your chances quite substantially in that case of there being a Conservative government after the election. Because Keir Starmer's got two routes to winning at the moment. He can get a majority again, or he can do a deal with the Liberal Democrats. And what's our option? What's our route? Like, win an outright majority, which at the moment seems like a historic task.
Do you know, as you're talking, George, I'm thinking, isn't it ironic that after Brexit, British politics has become more European in its character, so that the situation of the Conservative Party is pretty much analogous with the situation of the Christian Democrats in Germany, where they have to worry about the party to the right of them, but also the party to the left of them, and where coalition options become really the only options after a certain point. Fragmentation of British politics into a multi-party system is one of these things that happens without British people quite noticing. They don't realise that there hasn't been a two-party system in this country since we were kids.
Well, there was very briefly, but it was entirely Brexit-driven.
And entirely Brexit-driven and therefore ephemeral process. And we've reverted to having something which looks much more like a European system. It's just that it has first past the post, which produced the illusion of a massive Labour victory. But it was an illusion if one actually looked at the popular vote, where Labour barely moved at all. So, I mean, in that sense, I think this Labour government is weak, much weaker than the Blair government was in its first term. I think this is a government with a glass jaw. I think it cannot deliver economically. It's clear that it's incapable of doing the things that you would have to do to get the British economy growing again. And what strikes me is that in addition to having become quite European in its political structure, we've also ended up with problems that are familiar to me from the 1970s. When I went back and looked at the early years of CPS and went back to Keith Joseph's seminal lecture on inflation, it was amazing to me that much of what he said could be said again about the situation of Britain. And I have to say that
But it's not being said, is it?
It's not. My strongest piece of advice to Kemi Badenoch, whom I strongly back for the leadership, is we have to remember what worked about Thatcherism. Maybe you don't call it Thatcherism because the word Thatcher has been so demonised, not least by Liberals. But the core idea that you've got to get the British economy growing again, and you've got to get it growing by encouraging business, by incentivising entrepreneurship, by lifting the burdens, all of the things that were at the heart of Thatcherism, which were much more important in the 1970s, remember, because the European issue had, as it seemed, been settled, than we tend to remember.
But I agree, but, you know, look at I mean, obviously I feel a bit party-pree about this, but every Tory leader and the 6 Tory chancellors that came after me were all like, we're not going back to the age of austerity. Okay, well, fine, what does that mean? A bigger state. You know, the state reduced in income as a share of national income while I was Chancellor from 45% to 39%.
Your tragedy, George, was you let them call it austerity, and that label stuck, even though what you were doing was trying to deal with a very serious public
By the way, we
problem.
won, we self-labelled it austerity, won an election on it, right? And by the way, you look at the size of the civil service by the time I left office in the Treasury, it was dramatic. It was half what it is today, and that growth has not happened under the recent Labour months. And, you know, we've got to remake those arguments. And I come back to, you know, where is our education policy that is focused on the parents and the pupils rather than the teachers? Where's the health policy that's focused on the patients? Right? Why is our election slogan 40 more hospitals? I mean, maybe we should have 40 fewer hospitals. What we want is better health care. You know, not just like inputs and they were like, I can't even remember the slogan now, 50,000 more police officers. Well, you know, we used to make an argument we needed fewer police officers because we could cut crime by doing, you know, making a more efficient use of the police.
But we didn't have non-crime hate incidents in those days. But you've got to have the police for those.
Yeah, well, that all seemed to happen while there were Conservative Home Secretaries. So there's, you know, I just think you have to get back to focusing on the consumer, being radical about public service reform. Certainly where I would point, you know, if I look at the previous period of opposition, 13 years, by the time we got finally into office in 2010 and we were able to look back on those 13 years, the work that think tanks like the CPS, Policy Exchange and others had done on education reform was invaluable when we got to office. The work that's done on welfare reform, around universal credit, invaluable when we got into office. It's so hard when you're in office to generate these thoughts. So, but public service reform basically ground to a halt about 6-7 years ago. What is the Tory party's education policy or health policy or whatever? You've got to, that is really valuable work that can be done in opposition. It can be done in a way that's not frightening to voters. It can be done in a way that is, whoever is the next Tory education secretary can go, let's use all that thinking we did in opposition. And it's around structures, and it's around what you're delivering for the users of these services, not just how much money you're putting into it, or how many teachers you're employing, or how many schools you're building.
Investment. I mean, the question is, how do you get the investment up? Again, it's simple when you think about it as an economic problem. The terrific Foundations report that was published last year makes it clear that this country has systematically underestimated in housing, in energy infrastructure, and in its transportation. Compare it with France, and you can see the problem. And then you add in the large-scale net migration. That explains why everybody thinks Britain is broken, because it looks broken. It's not been invested in, and we've increased the population through an immigration policy that will look like one of the biggest mistakes of the Conservative governments post-2016. So the most important question that Kemi Badenoch has to answer is, how are we going to raise investment in Britain so that all of these problems get addressed? The good thing is that Labour cannot do it. Labour cannot do it because one important thing you have to do is make sure that you don't get the unions, and particularly public sector unions, vetoing what needs to be done. The obstacles to large-scale investment in this country look, to me, quite obvious. Dysfunctional systems of planning, bureaucracy, all of these things, unfortunately for us, are rather closely aligned with the Labour movement. It's not Labour that is going to tackle these problems. They'll talk about it in the same way that they'll talk about doing something about our greatly weakened defence capabilities, but they won't be able to deliver. And I think it's going to be that delta between promises and delivery that makes Keir Starmer vulnerable. But only if, and here I agree with George, only if the Conservatives have a coherent story about why they'll be able to deliver what Labour has failed to deliver.
But it feels like, I mean, from earlier sessions to today and your conversation slightly, it feels like there were two sort of separate narratives here almost about what the Conservatives and what the future of Conservatism is. One is, I wrote about this in the Sunday Times a while back, but it's a sort of attitude to institutions. Is the Conservative Party about conserving things? Is it the party of defending what exists, defending institutions, the OBR, for example? Is it a sort of radical, creatively destructive, insurgent force channeling popular anger? Essentially, is it a party of the haves or the have-nots? And I think that is sort of one of the fundamental tensions that's within our.
Maybe it's the party of the want-to-haves, the people who want to accumulate, want to be, are ambitious for themselves and their families, and the Conservative Party at its best sweeps away all the obstacles to those, even if those obstacles are institutions or established hierarchies or aristocracies or whatever. I mean, that's the. We all have our sort of favourite, one of my heroes is staring down at me here, William Pitt. But I think the Disraeli quote, there's a Disraeli quote from like the 1870s where he says, I'm going to paraphrase it, but change in a progressive country is constant, and the question is not whether that change happens, which is irresistible, but whether the change happens consistent with the principles and traditions of a country, or is arbitrary and applied and delivered through abstract principles. And the second bit being the left, and the first bit being conservative. So I think Conservatives can lean into change, not resist change. They're not the no change party, but do it in a way that is broadly consistent with the institutions of the country and a respect for the rule of law, and a respect for things are done in an orderly way, and where it's very dangerous when conservatism sort of switches into a kind of smash the institutions, I personally think that's quite risky. Now, of course, Margaret Thatcher, I know the conference is in honour of her. You know, she stands out there as the kind of example of the great Tory radical, and the British state was broken in the 70s. So she always makes you think, like, should we be pushing to be more radical? But ultimately, I think you do have to be careful if you completely unanchor yourself from the history of the country, or you're just more likely to become a cropper and not succeed and not understand why others have failed to do what you think is an easy thing to do.
But I think it's a bit of a false dichotomy that you came up with there, Rob, because ultimately what Margaret Thatcher was very good at going after were the new institutions that had arisen with tremendous speed after 1945.
Yeah, the central
plan. New institutions of corporate, bureaucratic planning, which empowered the unions and institutionalized what was in effect the dead hand of the state. So her radicalism was directed against that ultimately disastrous post-war consensus that big government was the answer and the man from Whitehall knew best. What she was appealing to was, in fact, an earlier kind of conservatism, something that made me think back to the interwar period, when there was a great deal more dynamism in the British economy, when we didn't have a national...
We built houses, for one thing.
We built houses, and we're very good at building houses. And that's one of the things that struck me as I was reading the Foundation's report, that in fact it's only relatively recently that Britain lost the ability to invest and innovate and build and have a really good health service. And most of the great mistakes were made in the period after 1945, especially in the 70s. Thatcher did a huge amount to roll back that blob, that newly formed post-war blob. The tragedy of the period after her departure from power was how much it came back. To an extent that they conceal, the Labour Party is still the party of the blob, and it still aspires to do things that ordinary people regard as mad. This is going to happen in education. Once it becomes apparent exactly what Labour's agenda is for education, people will realise what is under threat. The reforms that Michael Gove so successfully achieved in his time at education. So I think in a way Labour will play into the Conservatives' hands because it's committed to radical ideas and the power of the state. What will make the Conservative Party credible is if it goes after that. And you can go after the blob, you can go after the corporate, bureaucratic, red tape state and still cherish the traditional institutions of the country, which Disraeli was talking about, and which Roger Scruton, the late lamented Roger Scruton, was so good at reminding us of. Let me give you a perspective.
Well, sometimes, we're good at inventing traditions, aren't we? I mean,
well, yes.
Every successful revolution presents itself as a restoration.
It's true, and yet, let me just give you a transatlantic perspective. I spent most of the last 20-plus years working in the US. Coming back and being in England again, I'm struck by a fundamental difference. We do have ancient institutions that are deeply embedded, organically embedded, in every town and village in the country. It's not like that in the US. American conservatives are trying to conserve a revolutionary republic with a very good constitution. They're not trying to conserve the rule of law dating back to Magna Carta. They're not trying to preserve a church and a monarchy and a system of government that is truly ancient. So conservatism in this country has a quite different feel to it. And that's, I think, a strength. And I'm very struck by the fact that that's still there wherever I go. I'm not just talking about London. I'm talking about going to provincial Britain. You sense that tradition is still there. It's there at the village level. It's there in the pub. It's there if you go to church. It's there if you talk to local people. They are still deeply committed to a certain vision of Britain, a vision of England, that has not been effaced by all the efforts of the central planners and the bureaucrats in Whitehall.
I think you might have the nuns cycling through the mist or whatever, and the whack
No, I'm just sitting down. I'm sitting. No. You don't need to mock it. I know you're a very metropolitan guy, Jordan. You don't get out to the country very often.
I do that.
Come and visit us in the country one day, and I'll show you that it's true.
But you mentioned the judiciary there. I mean, you know, the judiciary now are making equal pay rulings that a shelf stacker is doing the same job as a warehouse worker, and what they're actually paid and what the market will pay for their services is irrelevant to whether those are equal jobs. The judiciary is saying we have to sell the Chagos Islands. The judiciary is saying that it's steadily expanding the generosity of the asylum and immigration system. I mean, that is the thing. If you talk to these sort of angry young men in the who sort of tend to turn up to the CPS to drink or wine. That is the sort of thing which gets them under the...
Well, in a way, the lawyers have taken over from where the trade unionists were in the 1970s. They have the real power, but they shouldn't have that much power. But that's wrong.
But, George, I was going to ask you about one new institution in particular, which is the Climate Change Committee and the Net Zero apparatus. I mean, you said, obviously, one of the things that you did with David Cameron was vote blue, go green. You went off to the North Pole. But
not personally, but yes.
I couldn't remember quite who was on the trip. But I mean, it feels like that is one area where there has been a vibe shift recently. I mean, is that something that you think is a mistake, or?
Well, I think I think back to those arguments. I mean, first of all, there's a difference between opposition and government. So in opposition, what you're trying to do, everything you say is not actually going to happen. You're trying to communicate something about yourself and about the kind of values you have and the kind of people you'll be if you get into government. That's really important because, I used to, when I was in my 20s, work for all these shadow cabinet ministers who were probably recently ex-cabinet, and remember, none of them survived. I mean, by the time you got to 2010, I think only William Hague maybe had been in the cabinet, and Ken Clarke was brought back as a later but most of that initial shadow cabinet looks so different from the shadow cabinet that finally got elected, and the same would be true, of course, of Labour today. There are one or two survivors from the last time Labour in office, but very few. So you're trying to say things about yourself, and we were trying to say that this Conservative Party is interested in your environment. Remember, it was not just climate change. It was also about your local environment, and we used to have those big things where we would go and clean up a park to show that we were getting involved in communities, that we were not people who were distant from the communities we lived in, social action projects that Steve Hilton pioneered. And it was all about trying to show a different kind of set of values. The Conservative Party, arguably ancient Conservative values of conserving and protecting the environment. Then, in government, of course, we had lots of rows. David Cameron's famous for saying green crap, right, at some point. And certainly as Chancellor, I was like, do you know what it actually costs to sign up to these things? And I'm all for moving in the direction of that. But, the reason why I wanted a new nuclear power station built in the west of England, which was hugely controversial at the time, everyone said it was either a waste of money or, not worth doing, or but now, it is being built, and thankfully not being built at the taxpayers' expense. We did push for things that were, I think, bore in mind the cost of the transition. And I think you can have a similar approach today. The risk, though, is this. Government does not have many levers, and to Neil's point about getting investment in, of course there are things that government can directly spend money on, right? But they're pretty limited. I mean, the government's investment budget, even if you increased it, is still a fraction of what the private sector invests. And to get the private sector investing in a consistent way, certainly on anything that's going to take several years to build, you have to reassure the private sector that the rules aren't going to change, that you're not just going to ditch this latest idea and come up with another one or scrap it. And, the history of British transport infrastructure is riddled with schemes that didn't conclude, things that were never seen through, and that then puts a pull on decisions for the next 20 years. These things are, in a mature democracy, in a crowded island, these things are quite hard to get delivered. But once you're delivering them, you need to stick with them. And the same is true of energy infrastructure. How can you expect, a big energy company which has got options of investing all around the world to come and invest here if you're chopping and changing all the time? So, yes, we can think, well, that's gone too far, or maybe we should delay that target. But if you just scrap the whole thing, people are just going to go, well, this is a totally inconsistent regime, and by the way, in a few years' time, some other bunch of people are going to turn up and restore it all. Like you do, I mean, you have to say, one of the if you go to one of Britain's greatest advantages, which is the rule of law we were just talking about, that comes with it. Almost every investor you meet who invests money in the UK says one of the things I most love about your country is the rule of law. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, you're all treated equally and fairly. And that's something that most countries would give anything for. But it does require some kind of consistency of approach and some kind of promise. Well, why has there not been a Heathrow runway? Because, literally every prime minister comes in, Tory or Labour, ditches the initiative of the last. And sometimes
I thought it was because you lot didn't want to lose Boris and Zach's seats and backed HS2 instead.
Yes, but you're right about the Heathrow. I mean, HS2 is a tragedy in my view that we're not continuing with that project. It's going to go to Birmingham, not to Manchester. I'll dig out. I insisted on seeing the Treasury files on the M25. Treasury, totally against the M25. Said it was a total waste of money. We should be investing in mini roundabouts in Hemel Hempstead. That was it. And totally against the Channel Tunnel. And, of course, the people who built the Channel Tunnel went bust, but thank God it was built, right? The motorways opposed by the Treasury in the 60s and 70s, like the M6 and the M1 and so on. The Treasury doesn't like these big schemes, and they often overrun, and they are expensive. But, ultimately they deliver major improvements. HS1, which many Conservative MPs bitterly fought against, there is an HS1. It's now called the Javelin Line in Kent. It's the fast-speed line to the Channel Tunnel. It's the reason why those places like Margate have been regenerated. Huge row in the Tory party for ages about building HS1. So there is a kind of problem with those big infrastructure projects. So they're very controversial. They have to be slightly dirigiste. You have to insist on them. And you have to resist, let's, put a tunnel through, 100 miles of Tory seats in Oxfordshire or Northamptonshire, rather, because the local MP, has got a difficult town hall meeting coming up.
One of the most striking things that's happened since 2008 is the gap that's opened between Britain and America, not just politically but economically. I mean, GDP per capita in the UK had got as close to America as it had for a very long time. And since then, despite George's best efforts running the economy, the gap has widened, and especially in the last few years. And obviously there are lots and lots of things about America that we can't replicate. What is it about America or the other places in the world which are growing quickly that we could and should be copying? I mean, Neil, you already talked about our ability to build things, but is there anything more sort of spiritual?
Well, two things I want to say. I mean, first of all, the US has pulled ahead of everybody. It's pulled ahead of Europe as well as the UK. It's pulled ahead of the other G7 countries. So there's something here that is not really a story of British failure, but American success, American outperformance. And the second thing is that when you ask, what is it? The answer is not what you probably immediately think. Oh, they've just got all these amazing resources. There are many parts of the world with amazing natural resources. That's not the thing. The thing that is distinctive about the United States is that the federal system allows competition. So that even if they decide to govern California in a completely dysfunctional, disastrous way, you can go to Texas. And Texas shows what energy policy can be if you simply allow the private sector to get on with it. That's where the most spectacular advances have been in so-called renewables. And that's, I think, a perfect illustration of what the United States has that we lack. We don't have an experimental laboratory where one part of the country can do sane free market policies, even if the other part of the country decides to do socialism. That's a very, very big difference. But you spend time in the United States, as I have, and I've lived in blue states, and I've spent time in red states. I spend a lot of time in Texas these days, but I've been in Massachusetts, I've been in California, I've been in New York. The blue states are disastrously governed. Go to Chicago if you want to see how to destroy a great city. Or spend some time in San Francisco, where the Democrats have dedicated themselves to destroying one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And they can do that. Gavin Newsom, who's been a catastrophic governor of California, can come up with all kinds of insane ideas that leave where I spent much of the last 7 years a kind of hellscape. San Francisco is a city you wouldn't go to. The woodlands around us are in danger of going up in flames because there's no sane management of woodland. Environmental policies make it impossible to build almost anything. They can't, you think I have problems building a railway here? The high-speed railway in California is the epic illustration of total governmental dysfunction. But that's just California. You go to Texas and stuff works. If you want to develop, build housing, invest in new energy, you can do it. And the government will encourage you. So the biggest problem we have is that we have a highly centralized system where you basically get variations on socialism. You want a little hard stuff, go up to Scotland. You want a lighter version, spend time in England. But it's the same basic model. So there's no competition. When my friends in Silicon Valley got utterly pissed off with the Democrats, and they did finally get utterly pissed off with them, they left. Elon left. Joe Lonsdale left. They're in Texas now. And their tax dollars are not going to California anymore. So I know it's not fashionable to say it, but federalism looks good from an American vantage point. It's the reason that the Democrats haven't been able to destroy all of America, which they would certainly have tried to do if Kamala had been elected.
But you could try. I mean, I think the elected mayors in England, whilst nothing like as powerful a federal system as the United States, are a route back. And remember, if you think of like the Conservative revival in opposition, it starts in local government. It starts in winning them. Boris's win in London in 2008 was a big indicator that the Conservatives were coming back. And so, you probably, it's when the Conservatives start winning back, like the mayoralty of the West Midlands or, some of the other mayoralties that that are being created, which we should win. So you can, some local experimentation. I mean, fundamentally, I don't think Britain has the tolerance that a Texas has for the, for sort of, I know this will be a characterization which you'll pick me up on, but, basically sort of a limited safety net. And our safety net is riddled with holes and so on. But, I think we as a country, we were better placed somewhere.
But we have a safety net, which is a comfort blanket.
I know.
And millions of people who should be working are not working because of bogus mental health claims. You can't do that in Texas.
Yeah, but why? Work. But why?
And guess what? That really works.
No, but that requires tough welfare reform.
Yeah. Well, the government's talking about doing it. It'd be pretty embarrassing for the Conservatives if any kind of welfare reform gets done by a Labour government. No, that is going to be embarrassing.
So you do have to, these things are difficult to do. But I don't think the Conservative Party should not lose sight of its basic principles, which it believes in enterprise and business. I've made that point. We don't tell business to F off. We work alongside business, right? We believe in smaller state, not promising ever more public expenditure, right? That requires difficult decisions on things like the welfare state, right? And not endlessly siding with those who want to avoid cuts and whatever. And free trade and not being afraid at the moment. Again, we're very, if we were sitting here in Kiev, of course, we would be utterly transfixed by what was going on in the White House. It would be absolutely critical to our nation's future. But if we were in a Conservative conference, thinking about where we're going to be in 2028, 29, when there's a general election, right? This is either after Trump or right at the tail end of Trump. And I would be starting to establish some basic things that Conservatives have, by and large, with the odd wayward moment in our history, believed in, which is free trade's a good thing, right? Free trade's a good thing. Tariffs are a bad thing. We're not afraid to say so, and start to establish some things which are, I think, going to come back into fashion certainly within 4 years.
But individual liberty, family, that's the stuff that really matters. And that's one of the things that you learn if you spend time in the United States, that the appeal of republicanism is not just to free market. It's not just that. Yeah. The appeal of the Republican Party is that we believe in the individual freedom and the family. And we don't hear nearly enough about that from European conservatives. We're kind of embarrassed to talk about that, but that's what ordinary people hate about the progressive vision of the future. What they hate is the progressive vision of the future knocks on your door on a Sunday and says, we believe you've done an offensive tweet. the reason that J.D. Vance, I mean, I've had my disagreements with J.D. Vance, but the reason I agreed with what he said at Munich is that we've drifted in to a terrible illiberalism. And we've done it. Conservatives have done it. Conservatives have a hand in this. That's a shocking thing. How did we become so numb to the fundamental values of Britishness, the things my grandfathers fought for, that we could allow the police to acquire these ludicrous invasive powers, that we could allow censorship to become something that it was okay for governments to do? How did we lose sight of these very, very fundamental things, which used to be part and parcel of conservatism, but at some point stopped being?
But the lesson of the pandemic is surely that the public were like, come on, lock us up. We love it.
You know, I think if it had been made clear,
I think they were losing their tolerance in the second lockdown.
The hysteria around lockdowns that arose, particularly after another Neil Ferguson, not me, just to be clear, the other guy, after he published his insane imperial paper saying that everybody had to be locked down for the duration until they found a vaccine, which is what the paper said. If somebody had pointed out that that was crazy and that that was going to inflict costs on young British people vastly in excess of the benefits to older British people, I think there would have been an audience for that. But nobody tried. No conservative dared to make that argument. Whereas it was much easier to make that argument, though still hard.
I mean, we don't want to relitigate.
I think we should relitigate.
I
think we lost our way in 2020.
I
really do. I think we lost our way.
No, I was not involved I wasn't in Parliament or anything. I personally have more sympathy with the decision makers in the spring of 2020 when you've got this completely unknown disease. You don't know how many people it's going to kill. There's no vaccine at the moment. And the lockdown strategy seemed like the right approach then. I have much less sympathy a year later when you have the vaccine, right, and you're clear that whilst tragically some people have died, it's not, it's a disease that society ultimately can cope with and absorb. And it's more the sort of second half of the decision-making than the first half. You have to have some sympathy for Downing Street in March, April 2020, when it's like, God knows what this disease is going to bring. So, anyway, we could spend a whole hour talking about it.
I'm afraid we have almost spent a whole hour talking, and I know could spend an hour more. So just in the seconds that remain, your 3 or 4 point plan to save conservatism.
Well, look, you've got to focus on winning, right? Opposition is not about being in opposition, it's about winning. It's about winning enough people at a general election or enough seats at a general election, however you get there. It's obviously better with more votes than fewer votes, but ultimately you want as many seats.
They call you a political genius.
So you've got to like David Cameron's slogan when he became opposition leader, after we tried like 3 other opposition leaders, and he, by the way, was the 5th place candidate in that contest. The Times newspaper advised him to drop out of the contest because he was embarrassing himself at one point. And, but the slogan was change to win. And if you're in opposition, there's nothing wrong about trying to win. Right? As I say, you're doing a different job from a think tank or a newspaper column or, so that's the first thing. You've got to focus on winning. And you've got to first thing. Second, where is the argument going to be in 2028, not in 2025? Right? Think ahead to what is going to likely be the battleground at the general election. Third, put the economy front and centre. Right? That is the route back for the Conservatives. It always has been, always will be. And start with accepting that we've done a lot of, there's quite a lot of harm that people need to be reassured we've learnt the lesson of. And then, I would do the thinking now on public service reform, because that's invaluable when we get into office, including welfare reform. And finally, it's very easy for me to say this, having, I never led the Conservative Party, but I did work for a lot of opposition leaders and the Prime Minister. I know it's really hard at the moment, but don't worry about what people are saying about you today. Worry about what people are going to say about you in 4 years' time. Everyone is going to know who the leader of the Conservative Party is in 4 years' time when it comes to polling day. Right? And the question is, what do they think about that person? And if Kemi is there, which I see no reason why you'd want to replace her, having just been through a contest, she should be focused on what I want people to think about me then. And if I have to take difficult steps to get myself there, but it's all about focusing on the battle you're going to fight then, and getting through the kind of day-to-day skirmishes of British politics.
You asked for 3 points. He gave you 5. I'll give you 3.
A politician who delivers more than he promises.
Yeah.
Well, who delivers more promises than he promises. I think the answer is simple. We don't need Trumpism in Britain. We need something much more like Millaism. In other words, we need to say that it is time to get big government out of the way of the private sector, as Millet has said in Argentina. We have
Can
to.
I just
No. You had your 5 points.
No, I want to
George.
ask you a genuine question, actually, because we've discussed it before. I'm full of admiration for Millet, but you know he's operating in Argentina, which is such a different.
We are
country.
closer to Argentina than to the United States. It's time to face that reality.
Yeah.
We have the problems that Argentina has.
Do you think that would
That's
work?
the harsh reality. We're deluding ourselves if we think we have American
but it's
options.
not
We have the same problems that they have in terms of the excessively bloated state, the corrupt political caste, the obstacles in the face of private owners of property. It's very much closer to Argentina than most people in the British political elite want to admit. But I tell you, if you go to South Wales or you go to central Scotland, that looks a lot more like Argentina than Westminster does.
I just fear that a similar campaign by the Conservative
But let me
Party
finish
would
my
blow
3
up.
points. Let me finish my 3 points. You need to be radical about reigniting the private sector, because Labour is going to fail to do that. We can be sure of that. And so you have to appeal to the entrepreneurial spirit that still exists in this country, even at the small-scale level. Small businesses want to be told, you're going to have electricity that makes your business viable. That's the fundamental thing. And here I agree with you. You began by saying this. I agree with you. But that's only one of the 3. The second thing you have to say is, as Millet says every day, liberty, damn it. Liberty, damn it. Freedom for individuals and their families. That's the second thing that we've got that Labour can never have, because it's completely antithetical to their political ideology. And thirdly, we haven't talked about it enough, Britain needs to have power again. Britain cannot continue imagining that the peace dividend is forever. We need to rearm. It's a dangerous world. We're as much at risk from Russia. Look at the range of Russian weapons. We're as much at risk from Russia as they are in Kyiv. We're deluding ourselves if we think we're not, because if NATO is now based on a contingent commitment, if Article 5 is if the president feels like it, we're as much under threat from Russia as Ukraine is. So that's the third thing. Kemi Badenoch is going to be the Thatcher of our time. I've got great confidence in that. If the Conservative Party has the guts to back her, she is the only person I have seen in the modern Conservative Party with the intellectual firepower that Margaret Thatcher had, the genuine curiosity, the interest in ideas that has been utterly absent in the leadership of the party for years, has a genuine courage. She has guts. And that's also rare, I'm afraid, in the British Conservative Party. And that was the thing that Margaret Thatcher had that we desperately need now. So we just need to get behind her. Her instincts are aligned with mine. The economy, the free market, the individual and the family, and a strong national defence. That's the essential ingredients. That's what she aspires to. And if you're not with her, you're against her.
My only regret is that Kemi isn't speaking for another hour, because that would have been the absolute. We should bring you back just to be a hype man. But thank you so very much to both of you, and thank you all. And the next panel before Kemi's appearance will be on the policy challenge, and I think we may even be hearing about the NHS.
Excellent. Thank you.
Public service reform.
How are you? I missed what he said.
He was saying no one here is going to talk about the NHS.
Should we sit in order?
What order would you like us?
Any order you like.
Cool. Why not?
Nice, I'm in the middle. Great.
Oh.
Bloody hell, it's a bit bright, isn't it?
I better go and sit there.
We'll talk about it when we've got time. Yeah. So, yeah.
Now, shall I try kicking off? Hello, love.
We've got the real...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, should we take our seats?
Go and sit over there. Thank you. That's fine.
It's all about taking back control from the stage. Do sit down. So much more fun to have today. Thank you so much, everybody. My name's Kamal Ahmed. I'm the Director of Audio at The Telegraph and presenter of the Daily Tea podcast. If you have not subscribed to it, you are both foolish and missing out. My fantastic co-presenter, Camilla Tominey, is in the audience, waving there. We're on every day at 5 o'clock, but that's enough plugs. But given that we sponsored this thing, I think I'm allowed to have a couple of minutes. So thank you very kindly for that. I am joined by a quite superb set of brains to discuss the policy issues around the future of conservatism. To my left, I don't know whether that's politically or not, is Rachel Wolfe, founding partner of Public First. Welcome, Rachel. Dr. Lawrence Newport, founder of Looking for Growth. Somewhat difficult exercise for the present Chancellor. Matt Ridley, board member, the Prosperity Institute, and very fine author. Sold over 1 million copies. And he's also a Newcastle United supporter. Given that you can hear in my voice, my thick Scouse accent. I was at the match yesterday with my son, supporting the losing side. And Adrian Wooldridge, global business columnist, Bloomberg. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to chat away here, and then literally the leader of the opposition is going to come on and say, they have nailed it. That is the future of conservatism. Now, I have, along with my co-presenter Camilla Tominey, a yellow band on my wrist, because Camilla and I, this morning, were at Nigel Farage's most recent press conference, where he announced 29 councillors who would be defecting to reform, the majority of whom were formerly, at some point in their careers, Conservative councillors. There was one Liberal Democrat and one Labour councillor who were also on the stage at the event in Westminster. Part of the whole discussion about conservatism, of course, is a discussion about reform. So did Camilla and I go from the sublime to the ridiculous, the sublime to the sublime, the ridiculous to the sublime, or the ridiculous to the ridiculous? Who knows? Rachel, why are the Conservatives on 21% in the polls?
I think that's quite an easy question to answer, because over a period of years, the Conservative Party made a series of promises to the electorate on things that mattered to them and broke every single one of them. They promised they'd reduce migration. It went through the roof. They promised to take back control, including on borders. Illegal migration went through the roof. They promised to rebuild hospitals. The NHS collapsed in terms of productivity and output. They promised to level up the country, and towns became even more distressed than they had been before the previous election. So it would be remarkable if the electorate did not want to punish them at the last election, and I think it will take a very long time under any leader for the electorate to be convinced that it is worth trusting the Conservatives again. I suppose to your question of the ridiculous, the sublime, I think relatively little of this has to do with Reform's performance, although without a figurehead like Farage, perhaps it wouldn't coalesce. They seem quite plausibly like they're going to throw away their advantage through an inability to behave with basic competence. But I don't think it's any mystery at all why the Conservatives are on 21%.
Now, Rachel, you were literally one of the co-authors of the 2019 manifesto. What I struggle to understand, having viewed politics for many decades, is just how the Conservatives got so many things that appeared so obvious that if you got them wrong, you would struggle in an election to get so many of them wrong. Claire Watson, who's another of our presenters on the Daily Tea, who was in Theresa May's, Boris Johnson's number 10, said that Boris Johnson found it almost sort of wasn't something he'd actually do, was deny or have controversy around him. So if anyone came in and said, that's the wrong idea, he would say, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I feel terrible. What was the problem with the Conservatives after 2019 when they won so well that led to all those diseases? And what can the present Conservatives learn from that?
So I'll give some charitable reasons and then some less charitable reasons. So the charitable one is we are not unique. Every single major incumbent government through COVID and the energy crisis in Ukraine has been punished badly in the last few years. And almost every single equivalent Western nation has made the same, in my view, bad decisions around migration that the UK has. So we are hardly unique. And the other charitable reason, semi-charitable reason I would give is there's no question that COVID, that we've all forgotten now, COVID made it a lot harder. There was a lot of progress that could have been made fairly rapidly after the 2019 election that wasn't. I think the two special reasons I will add, and others might have them, is one, we really did over 14 years, but then very radically over 5, go through every conceivable flavour of Conservative Prime Minister and Conservative ideology, and every new Prime Minister that came in cared more about stamping their own ideological view on the government than any form of kind of consistency or delivery. So it is not surprising that absolutely everything was a mess. When I think about when I was first involved in government, it was very much the period of public service reform, education reform, which I think went very well, health reform less so. All of that was junked as these kind of messes went in. And then the really uncharitable reason is I don't think Boris really ever internalised that it mattered that he'd made these promises and needed to keep them. And it mattered.
There's an ethics question. Adrian, let me come to you. Why are the Conservatives on 21% in the polls?
Why that specific number? Or
why are they third?
Why are they so low?
Well, maybe that specific number. Why are they third in the polls in the main parties?
Well, why are they so high? Let me answer that in a very abstract way. I think there's a general crisis that we're seeing around the world at the moment of centre-left and centre-right politics. And the Conservatives are suffering from that crisis because they were the party in government for the last 14 years. And that is a crisis that's brought on by the fact that governments in the West have tried to embrace two forms of liberalism or two forms of neoliberalism. One is social neoliberalism and the other is economic neoliberalism. And they've tried to embrace them and bring them together. This was the legacy of Mrs. Thatcher plus the legacy of Tony Blair. And the thinking was you could put these two things together and you would be able to form a sustainable governing coalition. And that has failed. And it's most obviously and dramatically failed over immigration, because it was very laissez-faire about immigration, and it turned out that that didn't work very well. But it's failed over a whole set of other things, and one of the most important of those things at the moment is the regulation of the internet, I think, where we've had a very laissez-faire attitude, and that's producing massive social problems. So I think all governments around the world that have tried to combine these two things together have ultimately failed, and you're getting governments coming into power that are trying very, very different things, most obviously Trump, but also various other formulations around the world. And as long as we try and put those two things together and don't think more seriously about whether they complement each other or don't complement each other, about whether we can continue with this paradigm or what other things we need to put into that mixture, as long as you keep doing that, you will not form a sustainable government.
And is your sense that one of the great joys of the CPS, so any of us who've studied politics as I did, the CPS and Keith Joseph and the work that was done in the lead up to Margaret Thatcher's victory in 1979 gave us a deep political, economic and philosophical grounding to a project from the right, which broke the Keynesian consensus,
Yes.
which had been extant post the Second
Yes.
World War.
Quite.
I believe that the major issue for the right of politics in the UK is that it has struggled to reimagine that type of work in a modern context. Who is it that Kemi Badenoch turns to who are the same as Milton Friedman, Friedrich Hayek, whoever it might be? Do you feel there's an intellectual underpinning to what Kemi is trying to do?
One argument is that we just need to go back to Mrs. Thatcher. We had the end of the Keynesian consensus. We had Thatcherism coming along. Then we had Tony Blair coming along and adding social liberalism to that mixture. I don't think we just need to go back to Thatcherism. I think we need to find a new balancing between these two things. Mrs. Thatcher had a sort of balancing because she was both a Manchester liberal and a conservative, and she believed in institutions to counterbalance that. And what we then moved on to was Blair, who destroyed a lot of those institutions. I think we need to find a new way of balancing the power of and creative destruction of capitalism with a set of more communal constraints that don't mean going back to the 1970s, but do put some sort of more value on community, continuity, history and tradition. And I would say that is being enormously demonstrated at the moment by the issue of immigration, which underlines completely the collapse of the neoliberal consensus around the world, but is also, and I think as a growing thing, is the power and destructive creating power of the internet and of social media. So it's a new balancing. It's not just going back to Thatcherism. No. It's going forward from Thatcherism to a new synthesis.
Matt, when you have a look at the Conservatives now, one of your areas of deep expertise is the discussion around climate change and how that has so infected and affected political debate for the last 2 decades. We had David Cameron, which George Osborne was reminding us of, vote blue, go green, hug a husky. We're arguing whether it was hug a husky or hug a hoodie. I think it was actually both he wanted to hug, so a lot of hugging going on with David. Just on that maybe specifically first, but then more broadly, was that one of the areas where the Conservatives lost a bit of their anchor? Because the tone around the challenges, if they are there, of climate change, became indistinguishable from the general centre-left and centre-right consensus. They became the same thing.
Yes, and I think I want to be able to link it to what Adrian just said, because I think it's quite an illustrative example. And I want to pick one specific policy and show you what I mean, and that is the zero-emission vehicle policy, the ZEV programme, which we've got at the moment, which is essentially Rishi Sunak's policy in the sense that he tried to relax the existing mandate saying that we had to be all electric by, in terms of new car sales by 2030. He pushed it back to 2035, but at the same time he agreed that there would be intermediate targets. So last year we were supposed to sell 24% of new vehicles as electric cars, and this year 28%. Now, that is Stalinism of the most unbelievably centralised, nonsensical kind, because what happens if people don't turn up and buy them?
Well, what was Rishi Sunak doing then, putting those types of targets?
Well, this is where I want to link it to what Adrian said, because it's being far too dirigiste in an economic area, and he's right, we're not dirigiste enough in some cultural and other areas. So the Manchester liberalism is needed back in the economy, and some more conservatism in the social area would be one recipe that I can suggest. I mean, just to drum home how mad these mandates are, if you're making electric cars in this country and you can't sell enough, if you're making cars and you can't sell enough of them because people want diesels. I just bought a diesel, for example. Partly because you don't save any emissions. Yeah. I mean, you've got to drive 100,000 miles before you save any emissions at all in some countries, about 50,000 miles in this country. So it's a sort of nonsensical thing anyway. But if you're a manufacturer and you're selling these things, you don't sell enough, you're fined £15,000 per vehicle, right? Unless you find someone else who's finding it easier to sell electric vehicles, in which case you can somehow they get the money. So what we've done is we're effectively subsidising Chinese car makers at the expense of British ones. That's mad on all sorts of levels.
That's a symptom. Is that a symptom that underlines why the Conservatives are languishing at a position in the polls?
Yes, I think so.
That we haven't seen almost historically.
Because back to your original question, the climate change stroke energy agenda got pulled way to the left and way to the statist end of the left. The idea that it was absolutely centralised government decision-making that was going to solve all these problems. And embodied in the Climate Change Act of 2008 by Ed Miliband as Energy Secretary, accepted by Cameron Osborne, strengthened by Theresa May in terms of the 2050 mandate, 2050 net zero mandate, and embodied into this terrifying organisation called the Climate Change Committee, which has enormous power and is beyond the reach, as far as I can see, of any kind of democratic accountability for these policies. Whether you like it or not, that's been happening in lots of areas. The whole point of setting up NHS England was to try and shove off the responsibility onto a technocratic expert body, just like the Climate Change Committee, just like Natural England in a different environmental sphere, etc. And that policy has been a disaster because it's empowered the technocratic, self-electing, unaccountable blob at the expense of accountable politicians, and it hasn't actually taken away any of the blame. The blame still comes to the elected politicians, even though the decisions are mostly taken, £100 million bat tunnels for HS2 and things like that. That then would get me into a disquisition on the planning system, if you wanted.
Yes, which we might get to. So we're just trying to diagnose maybe what the problems are before we can get on to maybe some of the solutions.
Sorry, can I just add?
Yes.
The other key point of all this, of course, is that we've driven up the price of electricity to the highest of any nation in the OECD. We're beating Germany. We're top of the league for both industrial and domestic electricity prices. What a triumph. This is madness. Energy is the lifeblood of productivity, of manufacturing, of services, of the new AI economy, of everything. It is really, really worrying that we are now an extremely expensive energy country.
Lawrence, your analysis, your organisation looking for growth, your analysis of where the Conservatives, we're just focusing at the moment on where it's gone wrong. We're going to move into some areas of possible solutions, given that the Leader of the Opposition is going to arrive shortly. But where have and did the Conservatives go wrong?
So I think energy prices is one to really pick up on. I mean, really, it's difficult to talk about precisely where they got wrong because there were so many things over the last 5 to 14 years that has led to a world in which we have sky-high energy prices, wages have been stagnant basically since 2008. We've found, of course, services that, though they might get more money, they still are not, we're not seeing certainly better quality of services. People are extremely frustrated and extremely angry. They're being taxed more than ever and not seeing the results from it. We have institutions that we call, the blob or otherwise, which they completely failed to deal with. And then we'll talk about how difficult they were, and my God, could somebody do something about this? They had a parliamentary majority, and Parliament is perhaps like the most powerful parliament on earth. They can do basically anything. My concern as a young legal academic was, my goodness, the amount of power held in the House of Commons is so unbelievable. Surely we are waiting any moment now for a tyrant, and in fact it's completely opposite. They're just not using that power. It is astounding to me, and history is strange for that fact. But we saw years and years of this, that, the blob is very difficult, it's very difficult to get around, and even now, the current government has had the same diagnosis, which I think is unexpected, but somehow when it comes from them, it feels a bit more like, oh, something's going to happen here. We don't know, we haven't seen it yet. We've seen a little bit actually with NHS England. Maybe we'll see some more. But there is obviously there's a lot of foundational and fundamental things that have just gone completely wrong. The fact that we haven't built new energy infrastructure, the fact that it's so difficult to build in this country full stop, the fact that, the Bat Tunnel thing is just an example of all of the ways in which we've thrown up as many roadblocks as possible. And not only did they fail to get rid of them, they added to some of these, right? Like, that's all the problems. And they piled up and piled up and piled up. And eventually the electorate have obviously gotten annoyed enough that they voted to completely change that. One of the worst results in like 200 years. And still, I think it is a question of just getting back to, I think there's loads of good questions about the kind of the intellectual roots and where to go next. I think it's a really, really good question. But it's also just the basic stuff is it kind of doesn't matter to an extent what the academic or even spiritual pushes. If you can't do things, which was one of the chief complaints before, that's where you should start, right? It's like, well, we can't build anything, so even if we've got ideas, we can't make them real, and we've got an entire set of institutions that we know from 14 years or so forth has been so difficult, we couldn't get anything through, or at least that's what we told ourselves. I do think in part this is true, this is very, very difficult, you have to come up against so many barriers all the time. That stuff is like step one. So I think this is exactly right, but I think it also needs just a direct analysis, like what stopped us doing stuff and how do we repair that.
Can I just say one thing, though? Because in one area we did get things through. I say the Conservatives did get things through, and that was education. We had a set of education policies which were extremely successful, really quite popular, which to some extent consolidated the policies of Mrs. Thatcher and Tony Blair, but went against a lot of the preconceptions of the blob, brilliantly championed, brilliantly argued for by Michael Gove. So it proves you can get things through if you have good people who believe sensible things. So it's more...
Isn't that right, Lawrence? So this sort of complaint about the blob, our columnist Philip Johnston wrote about this just before Keir Starmer's speech about the smaller state, which I think he describes the civil service as too often living in a tepid bath of underachievement or something around that sort of line. And Philip Johnston wrote, it's very convenient for politicians to blame the systems that they set up and that they are responsible for controlling. And I think there was a lot of sympathy from Telegraph readers who commented on Philip's brilliant piece that politicians have just sort of said, well, somehow it's not our fault or our issue. And exactly as you say, Adrian, you look at education policy, and it has been effective. And one of the most sort of oddly depressing moments of the last 4 days was when Robert Jenrick, the Shadow Justice Secretary, on the announcement that the Labour government was going to get rid of NHS England, a quango, the world's biggest quango, put in place by Andrew Lansley, a Conservative health secretary. I wish we had done that. And the sort of weakness of that position, given that literally Robert Jenrick and Kemi Badenoch were in the government only less than a year ago, I think that's one of the reasons why the Conservatives are on 21% in the polls. But Lawrence, and then Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's far from an excuse. In fact, I'd say the opposite. They had control of the most powerful parliament on earth, and they're like, oh, there's a few bureaucrats in my way. I mean, you can make and remake institutions. You actually have that power. You have that ability. It is the fact that if things are grinding to a halt, if there's difficulties, then you have the authority and ability to change those things. It is exactly true that in education, really good stuff actually happened, and that did take a lot of effort and a lot of energy. And it's in part also being able to say, well, how do we keep those bars? There should be some bar. Like, it shouldn't be every kind of crazy idea that's talked about in the pub suddenly becomes national policy. It is the case, of course, that you do want to lower the barrier from the point where it looked like most ideas went nowhere, most stuff took forever, and that change couldn't happen, to the point that they felt that it was an excuse to say, oh, I can't get things through, it's too difficult. Like, that does talk about a need to change things. And the current government have said the same thing, right? They've met the same exact barriers faster than I think they thought they would. In fact, I think their attitude was something like, the civil service is great, filled with amazing people, and, you know, la, la, la. And then suddenly realizes, oh, actually, there are some amazing people here, but there's also just a lot of sludge you have to walk through, a lot of difficulty to get anything done, and this is going to kill our government, like it did the last one.
Yeah. Matt?
Well, I would just like to say that I think both the Conservatives and their critics are still making a fundamental mistake in understanding what the nature of this thing, the blob, is. It isn't that it gets up in the morning, reads The Guardian and hates them, although there's quite a lot of that too. But that isn't the sort of main problem. The main problem is that the National Paperclip Authority, we think that its job is to get paper clips to every high street in the country in an as efficient a way as possible. It isn't. Its job is to maximise the budget of the National Paperclips Authority. That's what it wakes up in the morning trying to do. And if necessary, it's going to creep its mission and expand its remit to make sure that it maximises its budget. And until you sort of get that basic C. Northcote Parkinson, Mancur Olson idea into politicians' heads, I think they're going to misdiagnose the nature of the enemy. And you know, the chairman of the National Paperclips Authority is going to make marvellous speeches about how vital his job is and vital that we don't get rid of this extremely important institution. And on the whole, people are going to believe in him because they're going to take him on the issue of paperclips, not the issue of his authority.
Yes. Now, Rachel.
By the way, it doesn't exist. Sorry.
No, I tell you, yeah. And the MP for wherever the headquarters are of the National Paperclips, whatever, will be furious if they're going to close it down. So that's also always another problem. Now, Rachel, you've worked in the States as well as working here. I do want to push us on to what might be described as the Trump effects. From your work, I mean, it was in the private sector, senior vice president of a technology company called Amplify. What does that do? In case no one's heard of it.
I'm sure they have. It's an education technology company.
Fantastic. So, involved in education work. Let's just talk a little bit about the Trump effect. One Trump effect I think has happened, which I think is a danger for the Conservatives, is that Keir Starmer, after a pretty miserable self-inflicted first 6 months in power, appalling polling numbers, lack of sort of political coherence, sees an opportunity with Donald Trump, which he has grabbed with both hands. I wrote in November, the day after the election, that it was Keir Starmer's get-out-of-jail card, and I think so it has been proved. He's just wrenched the party rightwards as fast as he can, trying to get some momentum in ripping up planning law, getting rid of things like, NHS England and West Streeting, saying there's lots more to come, raising defence spending, cutting international development. Tomorrow we've got the big benefits announcement, which is going to be very controversial to the left, which actually I think it's a fight Keir Starmer is probably quite glad to have because it positions the Labour Party as much more centrist than many of the voters imagined they were in the first 6 months. But Rachel, is that a reasonable analysis? And what does Trump say that could help the Conservatives here? Because there's also the slightly confusing way that it has led to people to question, many Telegraph readers to question, well, where is reform on the issue of Putin, for example? So there's odd cross-currents here. A lot of people thought Trump must be good for Farage because he's shown that you can win from the kind of radical, disruptive right. That must be a great thing. But actually, hang on a minute, Ukraine, Russia, that's not quite what we want in the UK. 80% of people polled in the UK have said that a sovereign Ukraine is important to the UK. We are much more negative about Putin than Trump or even Farage possibly is. So there's lots of cross-currents here, aren't there? The Trump effect.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is chaos by instinct and design, and so I assume he will carry on being chaos for the next few years and will inflict chaos on the countries, which is the whole world that has to deal with him. Honestly, I think that Starmer has done much better in the last few weeks than I would have guessed. Having been, I think, the most woeful start of a government in my lifetime with the level of political capital they had and the number of completely unforced own goals they made, He has made a number of decisions in the last few weeks that were both necessary and has set the entire right-wing think tank world sort of to gnashing their teeth because they wish that the Conservatives had made some of these decisions. I don't think you can doubt that. And he has shown a willingness that I don't think the Conservative Party always showed to take on his own side. And think it is probably true that most successful prime ministers have to be willing to take on their own side as much as the opposition. I don't think we should forget, though, and then am I allowed to talk about school reform briefly at the end?
Yes, I would love to.
I want to know. We shouldn't forget, though, what fundamentally is going to drive people's votes and happiness with the government in a few years. And it is going to remain the things that drove their votes and happiness with the government last year, which is, can they get a GP appointment? Will the ambulance turn up? Can they get their kids educated? Are they going to get robbed as they walk down the street? And are wages improving, on which the last I don't think Trump's going to help very much. So for all the kind of noise and fury and what is driving, and immigration, and what is driving sort of these questions around Ukraine, I think truthfully for the performance of the government and its success in the next election, they're secondary. Just quickly on school reform, because I ran the free school programme when Michael Gove was Education Secretary, and I worked on it in opposition. I just want to talk briefly about why that worked, because I don't think it is purely because Michael is competent, although it is partly because Michael is competent. The first, which is worth us remembering, is it's because all of the work was done in opposition. The bills were drafted, everyone was talked to, everyone knew what they were going to do. The second was that the entire principle of the education reforms was to generate self-sustaining autonomy at school level, so that there was, in effect, a new blob. There are lots and lots of schools around the country that are absolutely excellent, that parents want to send their children to, that are a defence against rolling back change. It's not a perfect defence, because as Lawrence says, if you have enough of a majority in government, you can destroy anything. But some defence, and I think that kept it going more than some other reforms. I also don't think we should forget how nearly a total catastrophe it was. The person everyone thought was going to get fired in the first few months of the 2010 Cameron government was Michael Gove. Because building schools for the future, do you remember that? Was cancelled. The civil servants kept providing the wrong lists. It was all embarrassing. Everything looked like it was chaos. That is both a reminder that government dysfunction of that kind is not new, and it took some will, I think, from the Cameron to keep going through. But also, if you don't have a very clear plan over a number of years about what reform is precisely going to look like, down to detail, it is inordinately unlikely to succeed. And you have to do it consistently, which is why I think what we did with health was not only catastrophic in the original Lansley reforms and the creation of NHS England, but again, we've moved from trying to carry on choice of a kind of Blairite side through to the most massive centralisation of the NHS, not only through NHS England, but through the integrated care service that we've ever seen under a Conservative Party, to endlessly kind of rewiring how we think that its interaction with social care and other things are going to work. We just didn't make any decisions that we stuck to.
Rachel, it's interesting about this policy work, because, of course, Lansley... Am I right in thinking that Lansley was the longest-serving shadow health secretary?
It doesn't help if the ideas are bad.
Well, yes, that's the point. You might do all the policy work you want to, which he did in depth for years, and it was still useless. So you have to be careful with that. Can I just push you a little bit, Rachel, on the Trump effect? Because I think you're absolutely right that what you might describe as the sort of kitchen table issues is what, in the end, people vote on. But, Adrian, I want to come to you just after Rachel. But, Adrian, I know you've written about the role of the disruptor as being actually it's sort of a cross-politics idea. It's not about right or left. It's just about the ability, and Neil Ferguson and George Osborne spoke about this a little, this ability to just make noise in the right way to sound like you're doing something. And I think that that is an interesting part of the political conversation now, which all parties have to learn from. But just on policy terms, Rachel, has Trump opened up any new avenues to Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives and how they might be thinking about, not that chaos is the strategy, I think that's probably, it's a difficult leap. We're not the same as America for many, many very obvious reasons, but is there something about the way you communicate or what you communicate about that Trump could teach us?
So I think what has happened is we always imbibe American culture, and we always convince ourselves Britain is more like America than it is. We did that for a number of years on, I guess, what you call the cultural left. So we saw what was happening in the States, and we assumed Britain was the same, and we started talking about it in the same language at an elite level. And I think the same has happened in reverse, in that I think the political elites of the UK now feel a freedom to talk on the cultural right, because America is in a way that they didn't before. I think that is mostly but not entirely helpful, because Britain isn't America. And actually, we do not have quite the same cultural divides that they do. But I do think, broadly, it is probably a good thing that UK politicians now feel able to talk about everything from immigration to woke in a way that 2 years ago felt impossible. And I think that is largely due to Trump.
If you go back to the foundation of the Centre for Policy Studies back in the late 1970s, one of the most striking things is that you had a very close alliance between the Republican Party and the Conservative Party. You had a common set of problems and a common set of solutions to those problems. That's not the case now.
No.
I mean, you could, you know, if the Tory Party decides to get as close as possible to Donald Trump, it will lose the next election.
Yeah, that would be a catastrophe.
The big problem for the Reform Party is precisely that it's so close to Donald Trump, partly because of Russia, but also because disruption can be a big problem. It's a big problem if it destroys the value of your 401k and your savings account and drives the stock market down. So I think the worst thing that's what looked to be the best thing for Farage, which was the relationship with Trump, is now becoming and will continue to be a big problem.
Can I come in on that, Adrian? I agree with you at the level of sort of top politics, but I think below that, there is much more of an opportunity to emulate and push on with the same kind of things as happened in America. I'm thinking about wokery and I'm thinking about greenery, mainly.
Right.
I think it's easily possible that the courage to take on those agendas has been instilled into Britain by what happened in America last year, and to show that actually taking on the trans issue did actually probably push Trump over the threshold in a number of states. I don't know if that's accurate political analysis, but it could be true. And that therefore, if you are the kind of person who wants either the Conservative Party or the Reform Party to be more muscular in its pushback on, pronouns and not gas boilers, the other ones, the heat pumps, then you probably have taken some comfort from what happened in America, and that will help you.
I guess the one thing I just want to stress, I don't think you would disagree with this, maybe you would, is just that is not a substitute for figuring out how you are going to convince people that they will get a GP appointment and you will control your borders and you will limit migration and schools are going to work. And we partly do this because we care about it. We partly do it bluntly because it's easy. It's really easy to rhetorically talk about this stuff, and it is hard to talk about the things that people care about because we don't know all the answers and we haven't done the hard work. I don't want people to kid themselves that it is a substitute.
I think that's the big... There's huge opportunity in this. I think you're entirely correct that there's huge opportunity in being able to talk about issues much more sensibly, much more calmly. But there is also the temptation to not look at the foundational problems, which we keep hitting over and over again, which is you can't see your doctor. Phones are nicked outside of your hands whenever you leave any building. Your bikes are gone en masse all the time.
Productivity is flatlining. Yeah. That's the really
wages are stagnant. So we've set up chapters across the country at LFG, and one of them, there was somebody in the Bristol chapter. He was 25 years old, and he said, "I am 25 years old, and all I've ever known is decline. What can I do?" That's the state of things, right? Like that's the level of upset, that's the level of anger, and I think there are a whole bunch of other issues that we can now kind of talk about or discuss, but really the key is being able to talk to those people and say, yes, things have been really, really bad. Here is the path out. here's what we see out, here's what we are going to enable to happen, and here's what we're going to make sure, or here's how we're going to make sure that things don't get in our way and that it's actually done, so that you don't have to look at another 5 to 10 years of just constant decline, stagnant wages, higher bills. This is completely unsustainable, completely terrible, and that will be ultimately what drives people to vote in the next 5 years, and it won't be kind of wider issues, which in the US I think they have more leeway to talk about, because frankly they're not doing nearly as badly economically as we're doing. We are in full decline, and as a part of that we have to get the grips with that. Everything else is additive.
Well, Lawrence, can I just come in? Adrian, one second.
I was just going to say that the US was doing really, really well economically until Trump came in, and then the economy took
yes, but Lawrence, the challenge to that is that Kemi, if the right does that work, the biggest nervousness of any opposition party is that the government just nick your ideas. So if you're thinking about crime and mobile phones and getting a GP's appointment and what Wes Streeting has done about GP's appointment, no longer the 8 a.m. rush, he has said, of course these things need to be tested. Do they actually work? The state should be smaller. Lots of ways that those things can be tested. But if Kemi Badenoch comes out with a set of policy proposals, this government, as we have seen, let's not forget, Keir Starmer was a person who, within the last decade, has suggested that Jeremy Corbyn would be the best Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and since then has been on a pretty rapid journey into the sensible centre, if nothing more than that at this stage, of politics. Lawrence, isn't the problem that is that going to be enough of a prospectus? You do need a broader narrative about why is the right different from this bloke in number 10?
Yeah, I think there's those things which they can, like I said, that's additive. And I don't think all the things that, for instance, the current government is going to be able to actually do. There's a lot of things which ideologically they're basically opposed to that are going to need to be necessary, that Conservatives are kind of more naturally at home with, perhaps, but haven't done and failed to do, right, for 14 years. And that's partly actually something that has to be made clear to the electorate, which is yes, we messed up, here's what we're going to do, here's how we'll make this better. Because really what you're asking is, trust us again. Fool me once, come on, this is very serious.
What are those things that Labour will not do, that Kemi can make hay on, that don't sound better in the mouth of reform?
So, you could do things, for instance, on, partly my work on crime, which actually the Conservatives have been very, very good on picking up on. These are policies which I'm surprised Labour aren't actually jumping on. Very simple stuff, focusing on career criminals, people with 15 or more offences that are responsible for about half of all crime. The fact that they are more likely to avoid prison than any other time since 2007 is completely insane. And basically there's no coalition of voters who think this is a good idea. Especially when you see people who've got 200 or more offences. This is something that I did think Labour would be more interested in, and they don't seem to be at all. But this is something which clearly is Conservative, and it's clearly very... we're not asking to imprison everybody on their second offence. These are sensible policies which I think Conservatives are more at home with. It's also the case that planning. Labour have started doing work on planning. Is it far enough? No. Is it free market enough? No. There should be stuff that Conservatives feel much more capable and much more comfortable doing.
I think they've got some big space in education. Bridget Phillipson is not connected to what parents want and what pupils need for good outcomes. I think that's going to be one area. Adrian?
I think there's a massive space in education, there's a massive space in energy, but I think, again, there's something more profound here. I think that the neoliberals, people like George Osborne, offered a sort of relatively comfortable hotel that people could stay in. The Labour Party, Keir Starmer, offers improvements to your council house. What the Conservatives should do is offer a home, something that is yours, that is familiar, and that is rooted in the soil and that you want to preserve for the future. That should be the sort of thing. Reform won't be offering that because they're a disruptive party. Labour can't do it because they're the party of the public sector. That is where they should be doing. The sort of the bourgeois virtues need to be reasserted.
Matt, do they need to, I was at the ARC conference a few weeks ago. Jordan Peterson's outfit, of course, importing a lot of thinking from the American right, but also around Europe and Southern America, Javier Milei, etc. The very clear point that is made by the ARC right, and also to an extent by the sort of Nigel Farage right, are these simple notions of family, faith, flag, stroke community. And those are the principles of the right that the left will never be able to get into because they feel so neuralgic about the notions of patriotism, faith, etc. Do you think, Matt, there are lessons there that the Conservatives can learn from? Again, similar question that I gave to Lawrence, without it simply sounding like you're a kind of Poundland Nigel Farage, because he's always going to be better on that. Or would you say to them, no, you need to be more the type of things that Rachel is saying, the hard yards on the policies that matter around the kitchen table?
Yes, I think probably I would.
Go for faith, family, that type of tone.
Well, I personally am very confused about faith. I think that we've got a very sort of rampant, not very tolerant faith growing in this country, and there's a reaction to it from the Christian right, saying we need to be more Judeo-Christian. I'm not sure that's right. I personally am more of a sort of, I like the classical civilization and the Enlightenment that we invented, neither of which are particularly Judeo-Christian. But that's getting into the weeds of it. What I was more thinking of in answer to your question was the fact that the Shakespeare Birth Trust is to be decolonised, I read in my newspaper this morning, because he's too white or too English or something, or his whole oeuvre is somehow unfair to somebody. Championing that sort of thing and saying, no, we want to be proud of the fact that we produced this unbelievably talented poet in this country 500 years ago, is something that I feel that a Tory party could do if it got its act together and was a bit more courageous about that kind of thing, and stood up to this is back to wokery, of course, but stood up to this long march through the cultural institutions, which is undermining faith in flag, certainly, and family to some extent.
Ruth, I see it's a minute to go before we will clear the stage in readiness for Kemi Badenoch to give us her words, which wise or otherwise, we don't yet know. Is she somebody who will lead the Conservatives into the next election?
I think it would be completely insane for the Conservatives to try and change their leader.
Lawrence, is Kemi Badenoch the right leader to fight as leader of the Conservatives in the next general election?
I think it's an interesting question about what they're going to do, because the history of the Conservative Party over the last several years has been to ditch people very, very quickly all the time, and I don't think it's done them particularly well. But I think that what they need to focus on is do we have the right people in the right places to deliver the policies that people actually care about and will actually make a difference to people's lives in a net positive way within 5 years.
And is she the person to do that?
We'll see.
Matt, it's a very good politician's answer. Lawrence?
I voted for Kemi Badenoch. I admire Kemi Badenoch. I think she's a person of extraordinary qualities and with a remarkable story and with genuine passion and intellect. But I'm very disappointed by her performance in the first 6 months. I hope that it's going to turn around and come right, and it'll depend on her getting both the policies right and the tone right, and she needs to do that just as much as Keir Starmer needs to do that.
Thank you, Matt. Adrian, what's
I
your sense?
I talked to a very senior Tory the other day, and I asked her this question, him, her, whoever it was. I asked him, her, this question, and him, her's reply was that I'm a bridge player. I believe in playing your losing cards first.
Sorry, say it again, Adrian. You're a bridge player?
No, this person was saying they were a bridge player and they believed in playing their losing cards first.
Right, so Kemi will be maybe the Ian Duncan Smith figure and then someone else. She may never fight an election, is your slight sense. Brilliant. We are at time. Thank you so much, Adrian, Matt, Lawrence and Rachel, for a brilliant discussion. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, just while we assemble the auto queue, no expense spared, I just wanted to make a final plug for the CPS and also just fill time. Because George Osborne and Kamal Ahmed are not the only people with successful podcasts, our brilliant CapEx website, which you should all subscribe to the newsletter of, now has a new podcast called The Capitalist, which provides a weekly briefing on all the most important economic and political events in the UK. And beyond, in fact. But I also wanted to, you will have had the flyers on your table, but I also wanted to talk about our annual Margaret Thatcher Fellowship. We launched this at this event last year. The idea was to get people from the world of business early in their careers who wanted to know more about how politics works and maybe even get involved in it. We've had a brilliant cohort who've been able to learn about politics, economics, the media and Westminster, not least over private discussions and seminars with some of the very people who've been speaking so far today. Applications for the next cohort will be opening in the coming days, so if you're interested in applying or know someone who might, please visit our website or talk to any of the fellows that you meet at this event about the experience they've had and why it's a wonderful thing to do. With that, I think, is that the auto cue ready? Is that anything else done? Okay, well, I will... I'll carry on vamping. While I just wait for official confirmation, I should also just say thank you to our incredibly dedicated team at the CPS, both the staff and volunteers, and in particular to my colleagues Emma Revel and Vincent Falea, who have done a fantastic job of organising pretty much everything that's happened today. So thank you so much to them. And with that, I will... Yeah. Yep, they need the mirrors. Yes. So 2 minutes. Yeah. So yes, as I said, the auto queue will be assembled, and then Michael Spencer, the chairman of the CPS, will introduce the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch MP. So please continue to enjoy things for the next couple of seconds until that's perfectly in place. Thank you very much.
Kemi reckons it's set a little high. The speaker reckons the auto cue set a little high. Okay. If we could just go a little bit lower back.
So I'm doing the height check. So I'm the same height as Kemi.
Okay, so give me that down.
What works best?
Good evening, everybody. A very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Michael Spencer. I'm chairman of the CPS, and so I'm very pleased to be here this evening to introduce our guest of honour, Kemi Badenoch, who is the leader of the opposition, as you all know, and I won't keep her from you long. But I want to say a big thank you to all of you for supporting this event this evening. I know my dear colleague Robert has done so as well, but from me also, a very, very warm welcome. As all of you know, I hope all of you know, it's 51 years ago since the CPS was founded by Margaret Thatcher and Keith Joseph, and indeed 50 years ago since Thatcher herself became a leader of the Conservative Party. And one is tempted to draw parallels perhaps with that and our guests this evening, and hopefully their journeys will be similar. But what Kemi has inherited as leader is a very totally different circumstance than that which Thatcher faced. And we have, as you heard earlier, been through the biggest electoral defeat in the Conservative Party that we have ever had in our 200-year history. And regrettably, it was a deserved defeat. It was a defeat that was driven by a record, certainly over the previous years, of a lamentable unconservative government that delivered net zero, a piece of legislation that I think is disastrous. We started expelling the non-DOMs, another catastrophic economic impact on the country. We had uncontrolled legal immigration, the highest taxes since the Second World War, excess regulation, woeful economic growth, and no reforms whatsoever of any relevance on either welfare or the National Health Service. And the position our good leader, Kemi, is in today, I think we would all describe as highly challenging. But we're here today, Kemi, with friends, and I want you to understand that. These are good friends who want to see you succeed, and we look forward to hearing today more about your personal philosophy, your values, and your political principles. So let the unveil start. The founder of the CPS herself left some very big political footprints behind her. We all hope that you will fill them again. And we will all be with you when you do. Thank you and welcome, Kemi Badenoch.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we honour Margaret Thatcher. Not just... Ladies and gentlemen, today we honour Margaret Thatcher. Clearly some are still quite terrified by her. Yes. Yes, sure. This is just like my election hustings. But it just goes to show that the left still believe that she is to blame for everything that is going wrong in their lives. And that is why it is so critical that all of us here honour Mrs. Thatcher, not just as Britain's first female Prime Minister, but as the leader who saved our country from that lot. She didn't arrive in office to manage decline. She came to reverse it. When she took over, Britain was broken. High taxes punished success. Unions held the government hostage. Inflation soared. Businesses collapsed, and the state grew bigger, taking more control over people's lives while delivering less. Before my father died, I remember asking him why he never bought a home in the UK when he could have. And he said to me, no one really wanted to live in the UK in the 1970s. It was a country in decline. So many wealthy people were leaving that their homes were being sold so cheaply. Mrs. Thatcher changed all that. She cut taxes, backed business, and gave people the right to own their own homes and build their own futures. She stood firm against socialism, bureaucracy, and decline, and she won. For me, Mrs. Thatcher wasn't just a historical figure. She shaped my entire view of politics, of leadership, and of Britain itself. Many of you will know that I was born in London, but I spent much of my childhood in Nigeria, where I saw firsthand what happens when a country embraces socialism and autocracy. There was no Thatcher-style leadership there, no belief in free markets, in personal responsibility, or in hard work being rewarded. Instead, there was corruption, state control, and economic decline. I remember constant power cuts growing up, shortages, and the fear that came with living in a place where the state was strong, but the people were weak. I also remember boys in my class at school mocking girls and telling us our place was in the kitchen. 2 words always shut them up: Margaret Thatcher. When I moved back to the UK as a teenager, I came not to the country in decline that my father remembered, but to a country transformed by Thatcher's revolution, a country that had confidence, energy, and opportunity. I saw what leadership could do, what conservative principles could achieve, and I realised that Britain was special. I became a conservative because I saw what happens when government overreaches, when socialism takes hold, and when the individual is crushed under the weight of bureaucracy and the soft bigotry of low expectations. Margaret Thatcher taught me something powerful. If you want to change a country, you need courage, you need conviction, and you must never, ever back down from doing what is right. That belief has driven me ever since. It drove me in business, it drove me in politics, and it drives me today as leader of the Conservative Party. Lady Thatcher didn't just transform Britain at home. She re-established our country as a global power, not just through economic revival, although she did that, but by standing firm in the world, protecting British interests, and refusing to be bullied. She understood a fundamental truth. A strong nation is clear about who its enemies are and what its interests are. She knew that appeasement never works and that weakness invites aggression. Her decision to send a naval fleet thousands of miles away to reclaim the Falklands Islands was risky. Many in Whitehall advised against it. The UN wanted Britain to negotiate them away. Others thought it wasn't worth the fight. But Mrs. Thatcher knew what was at stake. The Falklands were British, and when they were threatened, she didn't hesitate. She stood up for our sovereignty, our people, and our global reputation. She didn't talk, she acted. Compare that to today. Labour is giving British territory away in the Takeoff Islands. Billions of taxpayers' money will be wasted on appeasement, handing over land that is strategically vital, ignoring Chagosians who have proudly waved the Union Jack and proudly proclaimed loyalty to the Crown. The excuses we hear about UN court rulings and electromagnetic signals are nonsense. British territory is British territory. Mrs. Thatcher knew that. She defended it. Labour surrenders it. Mrs. Thatcher led Britain through the Cold War, a time when our way of life was under direct threat. She was pragmatic about our enemies. She saw the Soviet Union for what it was, a hostile force determined to challenge the West. She didn't hesitate to use economic power as a weapon. She understood that rapid mobilization forces a quicker, more pragmatic resolution than years of war. Would she have supported a moratorium on gas exports that helps Russia? No. Would she have failed to see what's at stake in Ukraine? No. She would have understood, as we must, that we cannot return to a world where enemy states redraw borders through war. A weak Britain emboldens our enemies. A strong Britain, clear in its purpose, keeps us safe. Britain is once again on the wrong path. Labour has returned to the old failed ideas of high spending, high taxes and more government control. The state is bigger than ever, yet failing in its basic duties. Immigration is too high. Crime is rising, businesses are over-regulated and working people are being squeezed. Conservatives have to take responsibility for some of this too. We also have to fix it. We cannot meet this moment with half measures. We must be as bold as Mrs. Thatcher was. That is why, under my leadership, the Conservative Party will return to first principles just as she did. Tomorrow, I will be launching the Conservative Party's biggest policy renewal programme in 50 years. We're not announcing detailed policies tomorrow, but we know where we need to get to. We know that we will cut taxes and scrap burdensome regulations so businesses can grow, jobs can be created, and hard work is rewarded. We know we will fight for secure borders and law and order, because a country that cannot defend itself at home or abroad is a country in decline. We know we must shrink the size of the state and end government waste and dependency, because people should decide how to spend their money, not politicians. And we know we must stand up for Britain's values and history, because we should never apologise for our success. Margaret Thatcher understood that you don't fix a broken country by making the state bigger. You fix it by making the people stronger. And that is exactly what the Conservative Party, under my leadership, will do. And it starts with renewal. Just as she rebuilt Britain, we must renew our party, rebuild our country, and save our future. Margaret Thatcher didn't fight to make Britain comfortable with decline. She fought to make it great again. Britain's future will not be written by the socialists shouting in the audience. It will not be written by the bureaucrats or the doom-mongers. It will be written by us. I wouldn't be standing here today as the leader of the Conservative Party without Margaret Thatcher's legacy. To be honest, none of us would have heard of the Centre for Policy Studies if she had failed. It is our job now to make sure that we all here today live up to her legacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kemi, and thank you all, with two exceptions, for joining us here today. I hope you've found it as interesting and thought-provoking as we intended. Please, if you are joining us for drinks and dinner afterwards, then please make your way through behind me. If you're not, please don't fake your way through it. Well, we do have a list of people. But if you're, for everyone who's come, thank you so much for joining us. And we hope to see you again at future CPS events, because we do this once a year, but the work of policy making and opinion forming and research goes on every single day. And it's wonderful to have your support and engagement with that process. So thank you all so much.